Okay. Now we
I
have.
thought Rob didn't like me tonight or something.
I know. Okay, so we have quorum now?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. We have a lot of stuff we gotta get through, so I'll do my best to move us along here. Just a couple of logistical items as we get started here. First and foremost, we do have translation services available for this meeting, and you would tap into that translation services by dialing 425-436-6345. The access code is 444666, and those phone numbers are on the screen there. Erica, could you do that announcement in Spanish, please?
Sure. Para servicios de traducción, están disponibles llamando al 1-425-436-6345 y usando el código de acceso que es 444666.
Okay, a couple of other announcements related to public comment first. Public comment by email was due by 5 p.m. today, and we did not receive any public comment to be read into the record. So for anyone who's attending the call today, if you would like to provide public comment, either within our public comment section or as we reach each agenda item, if you're on the Zoom call, you would click on the raise hand button and then wait to be called upon. If you're participating by telephone, you would do *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to mute and unmute yourself. And those instructions are on the screen there in that table, in that box there. So those are the, again, raise your hand is click the raise hand button if you're on Zoom, otherwise *9 if you are listening in by phone. And then you'll be called upon. Okay, I think that's all of the logistical items for now. So we'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. We'll have internally, we'll make note of who is attending the meeting today. You know what, actually, sorry, let's go ahead and do a roll call for the record, please.
Our Vice President De La Rosa is absent. Alternate Vice President Lopez is absent. Director Cromings looks like is absent. Director Lara.
Christy's in the waiting room.
Oh, she just
She just raised her hand.
saw that. Thank you.
Gloria, it has called in. She needs you to unmute her.
Okay,
Her computer's not working, so she called in.
let me get her number here and I will. Vice President De La Rosa, are you there? It's *6 to unmute yourself. Can you hear us, Director?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
And Director Phillips?
Here.
Director Silva?
Here.
Director Tipton?
Present.
Director Villegas?
Here.
And President Collins.
And I'm here. And thank you. So let's go ahead and go to general manager comments. I'll turn it over to you, Patrick.
We have a big meeting tonight, so I'm gonna limit myself to just say, from a COVID perspective, we're still doing well and employees are generally staying healthy and things are moving along at a regular pace these days. So I'll conclude my comments for tonight.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to department manager comments. Sorry, I got a little cough attack going on here. Are there any department managers that would like to make a comment tonight?
No.
Okay, hearing none, then we'll go to board director comments. And the way I'd like to do this on some of these items like this one is if any board members would like to make a comment if you could click the raise hand button, and then I'll call you. So do any board directors have any comments? All right, Director Phillips, go ahead. And you're muted, Director Phillips.
Sorry. When the consent agenda comes up, I'll vote to approve it. And I gotta say, the thoroughness of the presentations there's given us, even on the consent agenda, is much more thorough than a lot of other agencies I serve on. And so I feel comfortable that we're getting all the information enough for us to make informed decisions. So I appreciate staff's working on that.
Thank you.
Linda.
Thank you for that comment. Are there any board directors that would like to, yeah, Director Cromenis?
Let me get my mute off here. I just want to thank Director De La Rosa for all of the years of hard work she's put in.
Yeah, and we will get an opportunity to roast her and to roast Tony here in a minute. So don't worry, and including the fact that we have not forgotten that it's Gloria's birthday today. So all right,
Oh,
yes, all right. Any other directors wish to make a comment tonight? All right, seeing none, then we will go to public comment. So this is an opportunity for any members of the public that are either on the Zoom call or dialed in by phone to either click on the raise hand button or do the *9 to raise your hand. So I'll pause for a second. If any members of the public would like to make a comment, please notify us now. All right, it appears that we don't have any public comment. All right, so let's go to the, now this says recognitions, but I really thought it was a roast that we're doing here. So why don't we do this? Yeah, thank you. We're gonna put up the proclamation first honoring Director Gloria De La Rosa. And I am not going to read through this whole thing, but I will highlight a couple of things. You will see in that second paragraph there that Director De La Rosa was first appointed on March 15th, 2001. So I think that means you're an old dog, Gloria.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you've seen a lot in over 19 years.
19 years.
It's amazing, and I'll speak from the heart and say that having served with you for these number of years, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. You have been a good role model for us, of those of us who don't have as much tenure on the board as you do, and you bring a lot of good historical knowledge as well. I mean, you can see, for those of you who are looking at the screen there, you can see the number of times that she's served as a vice president, president, alternate vice president, again, vice president. It seems like there's more years that you've served on the exec board than not. So we all know that what we do is thankless. And the fact that you were willing to do a thankless job for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority for 19 years speaks to the core of who you are as a person. Those of us who know you to be someone that has a deep level of caring for others. And that has been very evident as you have conducted yourself in meetings. You have a respect for other people. You are a voice for those who don't necessarily have a voice, and that has left an impact on the authority and will continue to leave an impact on the authority. So I do want to give, first and foremost, thank you for all that you've done for the authority. Thank you for what you've done for me personally and being a good role model. And I will certainly miss you, that's for sure. So at this
Oh,
point in time, I would like to open it up for directors that would like to make a comment. We'll go to directors first, and then we'll go to the staff second. So if any directors would like to make a comment, go ahead and raise your hand, please, and then I'll call on you. And I think Director Phillips, your hand is still up, but you probably want to talk anyway. So go
Yeah,
ahead, Director
yeah.
Phillips.
I do. I want to take my cheap shot at Gloria, but
oh
I've known-
my God.
no, I've known Gloria longer than she's been on the board, but I don't know of any public official that I admire more or have more respect for. And she doesn't,
You.
nothing is about herself. It's about her constituents, her people, and especially the people who really need the help. So, I mean, like we say, it's in a lot of ways it's a thankless job, but she's fought long and hard for the people in her district and the people throughout the county. So we're going to miss her. She's been a great asset to the city of Salinas, but all of Monterey County.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Judge Phillips. Really appreciate your kind words.
All right, Director Silva.
Well, I can't add too much more than what Rob and the judge have already said, but Gloria, it's been an honor to serve with you. I feel like a rookie only being on this board for 11 or 12 years. So you are my role model, and I wish you the best in your retirement. God bless you.
Thank you, Liz. And it's been a pleasure working with you and getting to know you. And I will miss you, but we can have lunch. We'll do lunch.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go to Director Villegas next, please.
All right, thank you. You know, I can't say enough about Gloria. It's been really nice getting to know her. We've had some candid conversations, and it's been a pleasure working with her. You know, I just wish she had had her eye surgery a lot sooner, so she could see things more my way. You know, and she's,
That's a good one.
And
that was a good one.
yeah, I just, you know, I enjoy her being in our community, because she, you know, she has made this community a better place to live, not only in Salinas, but up and down the Salinas Valley, you know, with her, you know, the public servant that she is. And, you know, that's what we are. We're public servants. You know, we serve the public, and it is a thankless job sometimes, but, you know, we're willing to put ourselves out there, do it for the betterment of our community. And Gloria is a testament to what public service should be. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony. Really appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
De nada.
Let's go to Director Lopez next, please.
Oh, there's
Gloria,
Chris.
Gloria, I would say that you'll be missed, but here's the truth. I don't think you're going anywhere. I think it's in your nature to fight for your community. And even though it won't be on the council, I still expect to get those calls from you like I do now, helping to advocate for businesses both in the city and outside of it. Your reach in this county is so broad. And so while we're here celebrating your efforts on behalf of the city, just know that my phone line is still open to you, and I know I'm going to call you when I need help. And so I look forward to seeing what this next, you know, real epic of your life becomes, because I know that your work improving the lives of people in Monterey County isn't over. And so we honor you today, and we thank you for your service thus far. But we know that in another way, you will continue to impact all of us and our communities. But thank you so much for the service you've given so far.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, it'll be a pleasure working with you. Yes.
All right, let's
Thank
go
you.
to Director Cromenis, please.
So I feel really young after everybody said, you know, only a couple or 11 years. Not that I'm young, but young on the board. I have only had the experience of being able to be a council member with Gloria for the last 2 years. But I have been working with the Builders Exchange and working with Gloria for 20 years. So I've known her for a very long time. She has always been a council member that we at the Builders Exchange could count on to listen and at least hear our point of view. And I always appreciated that about her. And when I came on council, she actually didn't endorse me when I came on council, and it broke my heart, Gloria.
Oh, you're funny.
but when I came on
I
council,
love you.
she took me under her wing, and she really taught me the things I needed to know, and made me aware of how some things worked, in the back end of it that I was unaware of. And I appreciated that greatly. And I've definitely enjoyed working with her on the Solid Waste Authority, and will miss her on this board in particular. So thank you, Gloria.
You're welcome. And I love you, you know that.
I love you.
Mhm.
All right, let's go to staff now. Who wants to start?
I'll go ahead and start here. This
All
is
right.
Caesar. Gloria, 19 years on the board. That's a long time. I've been with the agency 19 years, and a lot of stuff has happened since. But the one real true thing I can appreciate, not only speaking for myself, but for the employees, the operations employees, is you show up to pretty much every single employee communication dinner, and you are approachable, and they talk to you, and you're out there with them. And that actually is something I can honestly tell you the employees really appreciate about you, that you show up, you're there. They don't come to our board meetings very often, but you make, you're out there and you make the effort to go around and talk to everybody. So I really appreciate how down to earth you are and approachable you are, and how you treat our staff, no matter what the circumstances may be, what's going on. So for that, I really appreciate it, and thank you for that.
Sure. Thank you, Caesar. Thank him for me. Yeah.
This
All
is
right.
Mandy. If I can go next, Rob.
Yes. Go. I was going to say, does anyone want to go before? I'm going to let Patrick go last. So
That's what I figured. Yes.
Yeah.
Gloria, I just wanted to say thank you so much. You, I think, out of all the board members, have always consistently been one of our biggest advocates in the community, especially at community events, and always asking for outreach materials and being willing to spread the word about recycling and waste reduction in our program. So from all of Resource Recovery, thank you so much for all of your hard work and dedication. We felt like you were kind of, a surrogate Resource Recovery tech. You're a part of our department. So thank you. Thank you for all your years of service.
Outreach. Of course. We'll continue to do outreach.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you, Mandy.
You're welcome.
All right. Anyone else before Patrick? Oh, no. General Counsel Roy Santos, go ahead.
Thank you, President Collin. Vice President Del Rosa, I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work with you. It's only been a short couple years now, almost 2, but it's been a pleasure to watch you work and to work with you on the EC. And I'll be sad to see you go. And I hope that we run into each other in the public sphere somewhere and have a chance to have coffee and talk about how we can make this world a better place. So,
of course.
Good luck in your future endeavors. I'll definitely miss seeing you here.
I miss you too. Thank you.
All right, Patrick, you're up.
Oh, actually, he's last, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Ray. Go ahead. You didn't raise your hand, so I didn't see you there.
That's right. Because I have my camera.
Go ahead.
Because I have my No Shave November face going on. I don't want to kind of turn on the camera. So I just want to echo what my co-managers have said, and just say thank you, Gloria. Remember coming to my first board meeting and being really nervous, and just being really kind and caring. It made me feel a lot more at ease. So I do appreciate that, and I appreciate having you around and always being supportive of everything that we do.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much.
All right. Oh, Brian. Oh, Brian followed the rules. Kind of.
Of course.
Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to echo all the other comments from tonight and congratulate Gloria on her retirement. So
Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much.
All right, Patrick, go for it.
What they said. No, really,
Okay.
Gloria, I'm gonna miss having you sit next to me because I think you probably sat next to me on the dais more than you sat out in the audience or out with the rest of the board members.
Right.
So I'm gonna
That's
miss
true.
having you next to me, and I want to reflect on two things. One is Mandy forgot, and that is you are our agency's bag lady. Because I can't imagine how many times we've provided you bags to go out and represent the agency and hand those out at the dozens and dozens of community events that you sponsor or attend and participate on behalf of the city and on behalf of us. And I really appreciate all the work you did. And I just want to acknowledge one really special quality I always found as a general manager, and that is even during the rough times, when we had adversity, there was disagreement, you always maintained composure, care, and compassion for the employees, for the staff, myself. And I deeply appreciate that, and I'm really going to miss that.
Of course. Of course. Thank you so much, Patrick. I really want to tell everyone that I am really touched by all your kind words, and that in the journey that we're on right now, we make choices as in our lives, and most of the time my choices was to make peace at all times with everyone, and that I reminded myself that why was I elected? And I was elected by constituents that wanted me to be accountable on decisions that were sometimes very difficult, and some of the decisions that I've had to make, some of them were very difficult at times, but somehow as politicians, and this is to the rest of you, the younger ones that have been in politics, and sometimes you have to make a decision, and yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult sometimes, but that's what we were elected to do. But again, to remind ourselves as elected that, we have the right to agree and disagree, but always have respect for one another. Always. The respect is the most important thing that can either make a board or destroy a board. Because, yeah, I've seen it, and a lot of it, like Judge Phillips, he's been in politics for a long time, and he could probably tell you the same thing. It's about working together and listening, communicating, and sometimes even humbling ourselves as politicians when we're wrong. So I've learned that. I've tried to lead my life like that, and maybe I've made a lot of friends. I've made, I have a lot of acquaintances, and yes, I have helped a lot of people, and I'm so glad that I have. But I was doing what I saw my mother do as a kid, helping people all the time. And that's why I became a nurse, because I wanted to help people. And, but again, I want to thank you. Thank you for putting up with me. Judge, I'm going to miss all of you. Really, I am. And, but like Chris said, I'm not going away. This is my community. I'm just retired, but I'm going to hold my electeds now accountable. Yeah, just like they held me, I'm going to hold them accountable. So, and I want to work with them. And I want to continue to do good things in my community. So you'll see me, and yes, I will take you up on that, Chris. And Rob,
I look forward
wanna
to
go
it.
South County. Yeah, I want to go to South County more. I'll have more time. And Director Lara, I wish you well. And I'll probably see you around Soledad now that I'll have more time. And Director Tipton, again, I didn't get to know you for very long, but I know your wife, Mary, and I really like Mary, and I like you too. And I wish you the best. I wish you the best in Greenville, because I love the South County cities. Yeah, I used to work down there. So again, I wish you the best of luck. So to all of you again, I will miss you, and when you want to have coffee in Salinas, or if I'm down in South County, hey, I'll have coffee with you. Okay? So I will be approving the consent agenda, and then I'm going off.
All right. Well,
So
on
again,
on that note, thank you for those words, Gloria. And there's a couple things that we've all learned from our Zoom meetings. One is, I don't know about your boards, but Pledge of Allegiance is always weird when you have multiple people trying to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So that's why I don't do the Pledge of Allegiance on these. So I apologize if that offends anyone, but it just is kind of weird when people are doing different things. So along those lines, the other thing that I've learned just in general terms, because that gets out of sync, is that Zoom is not the right platform to sing happy birthday to someone.
Oh, come on.
So Gloria, I will just say this on behalf of the entire board, happy birthday. And
thank you.
And then enjoy your evening whenever you drop off, then enjoy your evening. So on that note, if we could go ahead and put up the proclamation for Tony, please. All right. Okay, so Tony, so you're at the other end of the spectrum, man. You don't have as much time as Gloria does, but but you leave an impact, and I'll tell you personally, for me, I deeply appreciate the questions that you've asked in the board meetings, your level of engagement, and how quickly you came up to speed with our board. We all know when we sit on new, whether it's city councils, board of supervisors, boards, it's a steep learning curve. And I was and continue to be impressed with how quickly you came aboard in a meaningful way. And the questions that you ask, certainly, just like Gloria, I didn't always agree with Gloria. I don't always agree with you, Tony, but that's what makes a good functioning board, is that your comments and your questions over time have challenged the status quo, but you've done it in a respectful manner. And I think the best functioning board is one where members can disagree on certain things, yet at the same time, when a decision is made, is moving forward. And I think you've struck that good balance of asking good and tough questions oftentimes, but in a very respectful manner. And I appreciate that, and I respect you as a person and as an elected official and as a member of this board. So thank you, Tony, for all that you've done, and we will miss you. And I will open it up to board members to comment, please.
Thank you, President Cullen. Thank you, Rob.
Yep. All right, Director Krominis, please.
I just want to say thank you, Tony. You've been an inspiration to all of us. We appreciate everything you've given, and I appreciate all of the sound advice you've given me over the last 2 years.
All right. Director Lopez.
Yeah, Tony, I just want to say thank you as well. I know over the years I've been a staff member behind the scenes for a supervisor for a decade before I jumped into the seat. But one of the things that I did when I worked for Supervisor Salinas was I watched a lot of meetings. And what I saw in you is you always asked really different and interesting questions with unique perspective. And it was something that I greatly appreciated. And serving with you on Salinas Valley Recycles, unfortunately, most of this year got turned into the world of Zoom, which is a little difficult. But I want you to know that I learned a lot from you by watching you in your capacity as a council member. And so I just want to say thank you for the role that you've played. And I know that you've still got time. And I also don't believe that you're disappearing. So if you ever need anything, you know how to find us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
All right, Director Phillips, please.
Yeah, John, I enjoyed serving with you, and you always did your homework, and you asked delving questions, and I appreciate your commitment to all of us. And I see you just turned 55, and when I get to 55, I'm going to retire too, just like you. So.
Thank you, Judge Phillips, and I'll miss our meetings with Margaret Benetti. Those are always a real pleasure.
Oh, yeah, I do miss those. God bless her.
All right, let's go to Patrick then.
Well, Tony, I just want to thank you for being on the board and echoing really what the directors have said about always being willing to ask the right questions, delve into things to learn more about them. And I think most importantly, the willingness to provide criticism. None of us grow unless we're criticized. So it's always good to hear the other side, the other opinion, the other viewpoint sometimes. And I think that helps staff, definitely help me learn some things and to become a better employee for the board. So thank you for all your service and your time. And I hope you look forward to next chapter.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I appreciate all your comments, kind comments and stuff. I know with, because I bounce a lot of things off my wife, and we see things from a different perspective, but she gives me, some understanding from some areas where I basically lack it from, and it's helped me out over the last 4 years. And I don't think I would be able to navigate everything as well as I did. I know I had some hiccups, and you probably heard about those, but it's just is what it is. But she's been my my sounding board, and I thank her a lot, and in the commitment that not even her but even her family has in public service, and they're very active over in the Hollister area, and she is the love of my life. So I will always be here for her as she's telling me to shut up. Thank you.
What wise words. All right, Tony. Well, thank you again, and best of luck to you. So, and hey, you guys get these wonderful proclamations with DocuSign signatures on them. Boy, is that a sign of the times or what?
Wow. Thank you.
Memory of COVID.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items on consent that a director wishes to pull? Okay, seeing none. Public comment. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand or do the where to go? *9. So *9 if you're on the phone, or click the raise hand button if you're on the Zoom call. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action. If you could state your name
President
before.
Cohen?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I do have a correction on the minutes, which is item 1 on the consent. It is on the header of page 2 through 4. There is the date of September 17, and it should be October 15.
Ah, wow. Good catch. Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve consent with that aforementioned edit there. And if you could state your name before taking that action, please.
Lopez moves.
Second, De La Rosa.
All right, we got the first with Lopez, and we got to give the first to Lopez. We got to give the second to De La Rosa. And if we could do a roll call
Okay.
vote, please.
Vice President De La Rosa,
Yes.
alternate Vice President Lopez,
Yes.
Director Cromings,
Yes.
Director Lara is absent, Director Phillips,
Aye.
Director Silva,
Aye.
Director Tipton,
Aye.
Director Villegas,
Yes.
and President Collins.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you all. And we will now move to our presentations. So our first presentation, which is item 9, is a recycling recognition, and I'm going to turn it over to Mandy, please.
Thank you, President Cullen. Erica or Rosie, if we could add over Estella and the whole crew so that they have access. Okay, thank you. So good evening, everyone, members of the board. We're really excited tonight to present this recycling recognition to a well-established local grower in North Monterey County, which is Monterey Mushrooms. They've put in a significant effort to increase their recycling and diversion programs and expand their sustainability commitments. This project was a very large, intensive project, but it was a group effort led by the authority, Monterey County Environmental Health, and Waste Management. So with that, I will make the introductions for Estella Gutierrez, who you all know is with the authority, Karina Alcala, who is with Monterey County Environmental Health, and Kristen Scroming with Waste Management. They will be the ones presenting, since they did all the work with Monterey Mushrooms, this well-deserved recognition tonight. So I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Estella.
Yes, good evening, and I'm so happy to present these recognitions to Monterey Mushrooms. I think Veronica and Marisol are online, so if you have any questions after we do the presentations, you're more than welcome to ask them. So we have the honor, the Monterey County, Salinas Valley Recycle, and Waste Management to help them to implement a comprehensive recycling program. And we're going to go over the presentation. Next. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about Monterey Mushroom. They have many facilities in the nation, but the one that we help is the one locally, the one in Royal Oaks. So one of the things that they do is that they do produce around 750,000 pounds of mushrooms. So there is a lot of waste that is coming from the facility, and that's the reason they call us, and we try to help as much as we can. And then one of the things that they have almost close to 700 employees, depending on the season. And so we needed to implement a great program and also go and teach all those 700 employees, including all the staff. So Marisol Arnold and Veronica Martinez were our team members. They are the sustainability team at Monterey Mushroom, and thanks to them that they partnered with us and they call us, and they were the one who were always making all the meetings and do all the agendas so we can target all the employees with the new recycling program. Next. So this is just a little bit about the agenda and just to see how it went. So basically all of us did a part of it, and we did a lot. So we did provide a lot of training in English and Spanish, and then a lot of education outreach. And basically the ones who were coordinated everything, it was Marisol and Veronica. I think, Karina, this is you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say thank you to Marisol and Veronica.
So this is my portion of the presentation, why we chose or why Monterey Mushrooms implemented diversion programs. I'm sure everybody's familiar with SB 1383, short-lived climate pollutants, state mandate, AB 1826, mandatory organics, AB 341, and AB 827. Businesses must arrange for organics recycling services, provide collection containers. Local government must monitor containers and minimize contamination. For organics. So for organics, as you guys know, businesses that generate 2 cubic yards or more of commercial solid waste per week shall arrange for organic services. AB 341 is just for recycling. As you guys can tell, these are the images. This is what we hope for everybody. So we do thank Monterey Mushrooms for implementing this. You can move along. As you guys can tell, when we went in and did the waste assessment, it was not just visual. We went inside the dumpsters because they had large dumpsters. And this is just a little bit of the material that we saw during the waste assessment. I'm the one in the booth, outside of the dumpster. Go ahead. Monterey Mushrooms waste assessment. So these are a lot of the materials that we found during the assessment. A lot of it was paper, cardboard, plastic trays, different types of plastic trays that we could recycle. The plastic film, of course, is not recyclable, but we did find a large amount. So just education. Go ahead and move along. Oh, and I believe this is waste management's part.
Thanks, Karina. Kristen Scromey here with Waste Management. So you can see on the left-hand side, the different material types, garbage, recycling, and food waste. And before we came in to help Monterey Mushrooms, most everything was going into the garbage. You could see 80 cubic yards worth of garbage, only 2 cubic yards of recycling. We saw there was actually a lot of potential to divert. And so after some implementation of new containers, coordination, making sure we paired every trash container with a recycle container, we were able to actually add, 32 cubic yards of recycling and a 30-yard dumpster for food waste. And so of those bagged mushrooms that were able to actually be diverted to the depackager were previously going into the trash. We were able to rescue those from going to the landfill and divert evenly across the board almost to garbage, recycling, and food waste. And then the biggest news of all was that the program would save Monterey Mushrooms between $143 to almost $4,000 a month. So that's significant, and that will have long-lasting impacts over the course of the next few months and years ahead. Next slide. So you can see this is a very big operation here. This is a map of Monterey Mushrooms, and they have 7 different trash and recycle locations, all spread out throughout their property. And so we wanted to be sure that we switched out all the recycle bins with blue recycle bins, make sure they have signage so that the employees could differentiate between the trash and recycle. Next slide. I'm going to pass this off. Estella? Or maybe Karina?
Karina?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So we, so during this work, we actually provided indoor bins and outdoor bins for Monterey Mushrooms. We provided about 53 desk size bins, 15 medium size, 8 slim bins, and 19 large bins. This was all a team effort. We had some with Waste Management, and Salinas Valley provided the barrels as well. So thank you for that. You can move along.
So this is one of it was like a pilot project that we tried for maybe about 3 months, because we opened the depackage. We had just opened the depackager when we started working with Monterey Mushrooms. So we offered them to set up a roll-off. It was a 20 cubic, I believe we started with that 10 cubic yard, then we went up to 20, and I think later it was like 30 cubic yard roll off. And we were trying to target all the disease mushroom, which is only something related with the sports, and it was really good for our composting operation. So we tried it at the depackager, but because of the weight of the bags, we only processed that material for about 3 months, but it was a huge educational program that we implemented, and they tried, and we're looking into doing something different with that type of mushroom. Next. So you have seen this operation, and I'm just gonna go over really quick. So that's our depackager, and what we did for Monterey mushroom, we ran that into our hopper. So we tried to separate all of the plastic out of the mushrooms, and we were composting that material. It's just that the bags were so heavy, so they were kind of giving us a little bit of problem going into the feeders. So we stopped that for now. Next. So this is just some photos of how the mushrooms, when they were coming to the depackager. And right now, at this point, we're working with them to maybe, instead of bagging that, we can just either leave it loose and it can go directly to our composting operation, or we can switch that to be in bio bags and it can go to the composting operation as well. Next.
This is Kristen, jumping back in. So Monterey Mushrooms does a lot more than just composting and recycling on site. They actually have other diversion programs for their other material types. So here you'll see all their wood scraps and their pallets. And these are actually either turned into wood chips for beautification projects, weed prevention, erosion control. And then also their pallets in good condition are diverted through a third-party vendor. And then the broken pellets are made into wood chips on site. So they're really sustainable company doing the right thing with all the materials coming in. Next slide. And then they have their cardboard neatly baled outside and also diverted through another third-party company. And then scrap metal is also diverted. So it's not just mushrooms and recycling, it's everything. So well done. Next slide. And then their compost specs. So there are 5,600 tons of compost that are diverted daily by Keith Day. And Monterey Mushrooms has created a great collection and disposal system by upgrading their machinery, their facility, and the roads to move the compost bags fast, efficiently, and safe from the site to commercial composting facility. So well done. Next slide. I'll pass this back over.
So these are just recycling. It's designed specifically for Monterey Mushrooms. During our waste assessment, these are the items that we found throughout their trash bins. So these are just items specifically that we found at the location that they can recycle. You can move to the next slide. So then this was the food waste label that was made specifically for Monterey Mushrooms as well. Anything that is packaged can go into the food waste bin. And like Estella said, they have bag diseased mushrooms as well. You can move. So then this is just our garbage label. What we saw a lot, I mean, we saw this in some of the recycling actually, was like the gloves and the plastic strip. But this is all garbage. You can move.
I think we should all say thank you to Monterey Mushroom for all the amazing recycling program that they have. And I know they're working and being a sustainable in not only on the solid waste, but in packaging. I know they're switching to compostable packaging instead of having plastic, and they're doing an amazing stuff. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to let us come and work with them, and we're here to help. We might don't have all the answers, but we can help in everything that we can.
We will get them for sure. I just want to say thank you, and I just want to apologize because I was a little bit nervous during this presentation. But thank you so much for Monterey Mushrooms for allowing us to bug you guys so much, because it was really intense work. Thank you all.
And I want to mention one last thing. This is not the end of our relationship. We look forward to continuing to provide service to you and continue to help you reach your sustainability goals. So thank you for involving us and bringing us in as a partner.
Rob, if they have any
They-
questions, I
they-
think they're online.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask, yeah, is there anyone from the company that wants to comment?
Yeah, this is Marisol Arnold. I'm actually the national purchasing manager at our facility. And I just wanted to say thank you to Salinas Valley Recycling, Monterey County, and Waste Management. We could not have done this without you. We are the largest facility mushroom producer in North America. As Estella mentioned, over 700 employees. So the biggest challenge was culture change and education to our employees. And through the efforts of the assessment that took a span over months, and we're continuing to educate our management team and our employees, we look forward to furthering this framework of a program to all of our other 9 facilities in the US. So we really appreciate all the efforts.
Awesome. Thank you, Marisol.
Thank you for all the help, because we couldn't have done it without Waste Management, Salinas Valley, and Monterey County. Really appreciate for all your hard work and dedication and the persistence. We needed it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Persistence and some hand holding, right? All right. Well, thank you for being good partners in this. It's a neat kind of a win-win thing, and it's neat to see all that was done. I do want to open it up to board comments, and Director Phillips, I see that your hand's up. Would you like to make a comment?
I hate to be so vocal tonight, but I wanted that's in North County, and I wanted to make sure everybody knew that was in North County. Otherwise, Supervisor Lopez will take credit for it down there in South County. But
you got me good.
It's a huge operation up there, and this is the big thing, and it shows us that it takes education and partnerships to do things like this. But I've been up there. My late court clerk, her husband and son both worked up there. I've been up there more times like I remember. I brought compost out of there, but it's a huge operation, and so turning this around and making something productive out of something that's waste is critical. So I appreciate all the hard work and everybody. And like we said, it takes a partnership to do this. So thank you.
All right, let's go to Director Villegas, please.
All right, thank you, President Cullen. I think this, like what Judge Phillips had stated, it's just a testament to the education, and a lot of people, they want to do what's right for our environment and our community. And it just, takes a little bit of education to get them on the right path. And thank you, Kristen and Karina, for the presentation. And Monterey Mushrooms, I mean, they're going to be, not only doing well in our community, but, in their pocketbook as well, as the savings that they're going to get to see, and that can be passed on and expanded, or, raises, things like that, because it might not seem like a lot, but after 5, 6, 7 years, that does add up. It's a significant savings for not only our community, but for the company itself. Thank you.
Good. Director Silva, please.
Yes, thank you, Rob. I want to also congratulate Monterey Mushrooms on this recognition. I think it is a testament to the ag industry that they want to do better for their staff, for their business. So I applaud them for what they're doing. And I just have a real quick question. Is this the same as the kind of recognition that was given to Taylor Farms here in Gonzales a couple of years ago? I mean, is that the same kind of program?
Taylor Farms actually went through the True certification, which is a different process and a different certification process. Monterey Mushrooms was starting that process. I don't think they're actually pursuing the true certification. I'm not sure. I won't speak for them. But this is kind of like one of the first steps. And if they did want to pursue certification of any kind, you kind of have to have these programs in place because you're going to go through and start, checking things off. So this is a huge first step. And it follows right in line with their existing sustainability commitment that they have already established as a corporation, as an agency. So I think
Thank
that
you,
answers it.
Mandy.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah. And again, I want to applaud them for taking the first steps. I know it's not easy to change the culture, but you're on the right path. So good job. Keep it up.
All right, thank you. Director Tipton?
Thank you. I'm just going to tie off on what Director Silva and what Director Villegas said. And this is a great accomplishment. I'm glad to see this happening. And we can also use this as a showcase to show people that, hey, doing the right thing actually may save you money. And I think that's a great lesson to take out to some of the other companies here in the Valley.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and Patrick. You're muted, Patrick, if you're talking.
I'm sorry. I just want to acknowledge the great collaborative teamwork between our staff, Waste Management, and the county in helping this company. And I want to give, a deep sense of gratitude for Monterey Mushrooms. I love when we have someone we can put up on a pedestal as doing the right thing. Because when we have businesses take this kind of leadership challenge to heart, it really lifts everybody else. It encourages other businesses to jump in and do this. And this is how you start the movement to more sustainable living. So thank you, Monterey Mushrooms, for everything you've done and everything you will do.
All right. And Director Lopez.
I just want to congratulate Monterey Mushrooms. I've been in their facility, and while most folks think of agriculture being sort of, maybe a dirt in the hand, dirt on your hands sort of work, the Monterey Mushrooms facility is state of the art. It's incredible to see the process that they use to deliver fresh mushrooms to the entire country out of that facility. And, just to follow up on the words of Supervisor Phillips, if you guys ever want to move to the best ag district, the 3rd district is always open. But, you guys work just like a 3rd district company. So our doors are open to you guys. But no.
Didn't quite take credit for it there, but.
Didn't take credit, but made a public pitch here. No, congratulations. Seriously. You guys are setting a bar here, and we appreciate the collaboration.
All right. Well, thank you all again. Appreciate all that you've done and partnering with us in this. Okay, so let's go ahead. I should go to public comment. If any members of the public would like to comment on this, please click the raise hand or *9 at this point in time. Oh, and it looks like there is one. Can we promote or allow Grant to speak? All right, Grant, I think you're on.
All right, thank you. Good evening, board. I just want to echo what you've all commented on and say this really is a great story. And as Supervisor Phillips mentioned, it's great to have it be a North County company that's receiving the recognition. I guess as a former public relations person, I would just really like to see this get some press. So anything you as an agency could do to promote it, get a press release out there, do a little media tour. I think this is a really good story. And after a long, hard year, we can use some good stories now. So that's my piece. Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate that. Okay, seeing no other public comment, then this item is on for information only. So we will go on to item number 10, which is SB 1383, Program Planning and Organic Products Marketing Final Reports. And we're going to hear from Mandy Brooks, please.
Thank you, President Cullen. So since the beginning of this year, we have diligently been working on completing the SB 1383 programming, planning, and organic products marketing reports, which we brought to the board back in January, and hired some contractors, some very capable and conscientious contractors that have helped us put all these reports together. So these are the final reports, and they'll serve as our planning tools to allow the authority, as well as all of our member agencies, to implement the effective and sustainable organics recovery policies and programs to help meet this mandate, and also to ensure the production of high quality and marketable organic products. That's a huge piece of this. So there is a very detailed staff report that is included in your agenda packet, and it includes all of the full reports. But I also wanted to mention too that while each individual member agency received their own reports back at the end of October, tonight we'll just be presenting the overall authority-wide program report. Otherwise, we'd probably be here for 4 or 5 hours. So I'd also like to highlight that the estimated fiscal impact that was noted in the staff report is significant. And we're not going to overlook that. There is a potential for reductions in solid waste tipping fees of 1.78 million with the implementation of all of the programs and that will be presented here tonight. So our plan is to start these discussions with the board, bring back some more information at the beginning of the new year. So this is just the start of this discussion. It's definitely not the end. So with that, I will introduce Tracy Bills. She is with SCS Engineers. And she'll go through the 1383 program planning report first, and then it will be Rachel Oster, she's with Diversion Strategies, along with Theo Fensfeld and Jeff Gage. They're with Green Mountain Technology, and then they'll be presenting on the marketing organics product plan after Tracy is done. So with that, I will hand it over to Tracy.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for having me here tonight and for the opportunity to assist with the SB 1383 planning. It was a fantastic process and really great collaboration from authority staff, member agencies, and collection companies. So I really appreciate it. Go ahead and switch the slide. So this is what I will briefly highlight tonight and what has been prepared in our final report. Next slide. The authority selected SCS to research and analyze the current organics programs with the primary objectives to provide an outline of necessary program enhancements, checklist of SB 1383 actions, and a coordinating timeline for the authority and its member agencies to comply with SB 1383 regulations. Next. SB 1383, or the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Act, establishes methane emissions reduction targets. SB 1383 requires a 50% reduction in the level of statewide organic waste disposal by 2020 and increases this reduction requirement to 75% by 2025. Additionally, SB 1383 requires a 20% reduction of edible food, which is food fit for human consumption, from landfill disposal. The regulation was approved on November 3rd, and CalRecycle will begin enforcing jurisdictions' compliance with SB 1383 requirements on January 1st, 2022. They have also stated that no adjustments will be made to the implementation timeline set forth. Next. So the first step in the process was to identify how much organics the member agencies generate. In 2019, the authority's service area disposed 176,129 tons per year of material and composted 29,465 tons per year of organic material. The total generation of material is 205,594 tons per year. It's a lot of numbers. Go ahead and switch the slide. We analyzed the member agency's current organic data and the 2019 waste characterization report and estimated organics projection for the next 5 years. In 2019, the member agencies diverted 29,465 tons per year of organics. And to meet the 50% goal, the member agencies would need to compost an additional 21,805 tons per year. And that's to meet the 50% target of 51,270 tons per year of organic material. So essentially it's the 51,270 minus the 29,465. In order to meet the 75% diversion requirement in 2025, the member agencies will need to divert a total of 79,000 tons per year, which is an additional 49,534 tons per year of organics from landfill. Next. The chart shows the different tons required by each member agency to meet 75% diversion of organics and SB 1383 compliance. So for example, Greenfield, they would need to divert an additional 1,921 tons per year, Gonzales, an additional 1,930 tons per year, King City, an additional 1,956 tons per year, Salinas, 29,276 tons per year, Soledad, 2,069 tons per year, and then the unincorporated county, 12,382 tons per year. And for unincorporated county, those tons are just for the Salinas Valley solid waste area only, not part of Monterey Regional. Next. So we also researched organics processing facilities in 14 counties located within a 120-mile radius of the authority service area to provide information on the available capacity for processing organic materials. Based on the research, it is estimated there's approximately 6 million tons per year of permitted capacity in the 14 counties and 615,000 tons per year potential available capacity. With that said, 342,000 tons per year will be located in Stanislaus County and 121,000 tons per year will be located in Kern County. Both are a significant distance from the service area. There is a potential for 78,000 tons of additional capacity in Kings County. So it is estimated the entire authority service area will need to divert from landfill an additional 49,535 tons per year by 2025. Currently, the Johnson County Landfill Compost Facility has a permitted capacity of 26,000 tons on site at any given time. And following approval of the Monterey Bay Air Resources Board permit expansion, the site will have capacity for 75,000 tons per year. So there is 29,465 tons per year of organics that's currently diverted to compost. And added to the 49,535 tons per year of organics that will need to be diverted from landfill, there will be a total of 79,000 tons of organics per year coming from the authority service area. With 75,000 tons of capacity at the Johnson County Landfill Compost Facility, the authority will need to find capacity for an additional 4,000 tons per year. The authority will also be adding an additional 50,000 ton of chip and grind activities to the permit. Next. So next, we conducted research on food waste reduction programs for each member agency in order to understand existing educational efforts and available tools to reduce or prevent food waste. Food waste prevention is a critical component to removing organics from the waste stream and reducing the amount of material generated. There's an estimated 50,000 tons per year of food that is discarded that is not edible, however, could potentially be reduced so that it doesn't go into the trash. Things like making a grocery list, eating leftovers, making small portion of meals, etc. Promoting food waste prevention will have a substantial impact on the amount of food sent to landfill. 5 out of 6 member agencies did not have information on food waste prevention on their website, which is a great opportunity to increase awareness. Recommendations were made to enhance efforts and are outlined in the report. Next. We also conducted research and phone call surveys to 8 food recovery organizations working within Monterey County to identify food pantry partners operating in the service area. A food recovery plan was developed and recommendations were made. These recommendations include expanding the food recovery program in the area, supporting the Food Bank of Monterey in expanding capacity, assessing potential partnerships, determining if smaller recovery organizations can accept prepared food directly from businesses, and to consider building a kitchen to assist with preparing meals and educating the community on food recovery. Next. So after all of the research was performed, we developed a menu of program options for each member agency. Each report provided unique and specific actions to the member agency. Meetings were held the last week of June with the member agencies, their collection company, the authority, and SCS staff to review the report and seek feedback. The program options included a list of current programs, future program needs, program implementation responsibility, and program costs. Next. So here are some of the program recommendations. Establish residential, multifamily, schools, and commercial food scraps programs, expand organics technical assistance services, increase education and outreach for organics program, develop SB 1383 food waste prevention and food recovery outreach, enhance or expand existing edible food recovery programs, including the schools. Next. So I just want to acknowledge that organics procurement was included in the final report, but because diversion strategy we'll be talking about it after, we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. So the good news is the authority is way ahead of schedule. SCS developed a roadmap and timeline, which is an interactive spreadsheet that details tasks, responsible parties, actions, and associated timelines. What member agencies can begin to do now is work on hauler franchise agreement amendments, amend administrative fee schedules, perform rate adjustments or evaluation, and make budget allocations, adopt the required ordinances, and establish contamination monitoring guidelines. Next. So beginning in January, the following development and implementation will need to take place. Design a food recovery and prevention plan, develop outreach materials, confirm cart and bin colors, update container labels, establish self-haul and backhaul reporting, develop waiver program protocol, manage inspection enforcement plan, adopt procurement policies, and then utilize Recyclist, which is a database the authority is paid for to track and report. So the great news is that you have authority staff here to help you because it is quite a long list. Next. So the last part of the study was to conduct a cost analysis to understand how the material will flow from the landfill to the compost facilities once organics collection is implemented, and how that will affect the tip fee revenues. This slide shows the decline in landfill tonnage, but the increase in organics tonnage over the next 5 years. Next. So this slide shows the tip fee revenues for each commodity. You will notice the total landfill revenues decreased by $2 million. However, the composting tip fee revenues increase, and while the revenues shift, they remain steady and are estimated to increase in the following years. If you notice in fiscal year 21-22, the change in revenues is only $16,290. This is due to the switch in landfill to organics tonnage, with the organics tip fee less than the landfill tip fee. However, the next year, the revenues jump back up, which is due to an estimated 3% increase in rates and an increase in projected tonnage. Next. So this slide shows the estimated cost of expenses required to implement SB 1383. This includes adding 1 staff person to manage SB 1383 compliance and outreach, media and outreach costs, costs for organics pails, and the cost to hire a consultant to perform the organics and edible food recovery capacity studies. You can see expenses change from $93,000 to $372,000 depending on the year. I should note in fiscal year 21-22, the negative $231,717 is due to the first year switch in landfill to organics tonnage, as discussed in the last slide. It is also due to adding a new SB 1383 employee and paying for the capacity studies required by the regulation. Next. So in conclusion, you are on target. You've made great progress to date. You have an SB 1383 plan now in place. And now it's time to get started and implement the program. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I think next up, we're going to have Rachel with Diversion Strategies, and she'll be presenting the organics product marketing plan along with Theo from Green Mountain. Thank you, Tracy.
Well, hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Oster, and I am the owner and principal of Diversion Strategies. And tonight we'll be presenting jointly with Green Mountain Technologies and Theo Fessenfeld. I just want to echo Tracy in saying thank you to the authority for the collaborative process and working together to come up with this marketing plan. We performed interviews of the Salinas Valley Authority staff, as well as the jurisdictions and cities within the authority, and as well as the compost and mulch manufacturers and end users of the commodities. So it was really a collaborative effort. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of what we're going to be covering today for the market analysis and plan. First, we're going to cover the market area and characteristics. Then we'll be talking about outlets for mulch and compost, and also covering the rates for those commodities. And then we will discuss the SB 1383 procurement requirements as well as recommendations for use. And then we'll be talking about common good themes. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to hand it over to Theo to talk about target markets within the Salinas Valley market area.
Thanks, Rachel. So we wanted to start off by outlining our target market, which was within a 50-mile radius around Salinas Valley composting facility. And you can see highlighted in the orange is an area that is already established as a strong nursery and landscape supply area, with compost prices ranging between $12 and $24 per cubic yard. And within the green, you can see that it's a significant agricultural and horticultural market. However, the cost is it's at a lower product value, and there's also an application requirement. If you look to the turquoise sphere, you can see that there's an opportunity to sell to single family homes and anyone who wants to use compost in their backyard. The 4 different dots that are red are establishing areas with high soil erosion and fire damage. So compost can be an important use there. Next slide. So drilling down, we did find a couple of potential barriers within our market area. One being plastic film in mulch, the expense of the organic and leafy green certifications, the lack of bulk commodity distribution points for self-haulers, and the lack of compost application services. And some of the recommendations we made in the report were the investment in over separators, which separate the glass and the large woody material during screening, bark blowers, and field spreaders. We also recommend getting the organic certification and setting up city sales yards to deal with the lack of commodity distribution points. So the main outlets within the market area are obviously government. There's a huge portion of compost that is required to be procured by Salinas Valley County, and that is going to be used on, a variety of land uses, and that application rate is determined in the report. Also, agriculture compost is the preferred method for nutrient supplementation over cover cropping, and Comet Planner can also be an important tool to use to incentivize farmers to use compost and hopefully get money back because of it. Also in private construction, so helping with soil standards, soil and stormwater standards, as we start to rebuild after devastating fires. Community gardens with COVID-19 have only increased in demand, and compost can be used in that sense. Also, filter berms, filter stalks, and biofilters are important for mitigating contaminants into soil and groundwater. And I'm going to hand it over to Rachel.
Okay, thank you, Theo. Now we're going to talk about the market rates and labor costs associated with compost and mulch. Mulch ranges about $3 to $5 a yard, and compost as a soil amendment ranges between $12 to $25 a yard, or converted to $20 to $40 per ton. And really that price variation there is based on factors such as volume, sold, and bulk versus a bagged product. Obviously bulk would be at the reduced cost, bagged product would be at a higher cost, and also the quality, and certainly whether it's organic certified, the organic certification, typically the prices are a bit higher. And also if there are any additives added to the compost, that will also increase the cost of it. On the labor cost side, the cost to perform compost spreading typically falls within $200 to $400 an acre, with seasonal variation there. And mulch application falls between $35 and $60 per cubic yard for both hand and blower spreading. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're going to talk about the SB 1383 procurement requirements. And the purpose of the procurement requirements in SB 1383 is to ensure that really that closed loop system of having collected the organics through the programs Tracy discussed, and now bringing them back for use within the jurisdiction. And so the requirement says that except as otherwise provided, commencing on January 1st, 2022, a jurisdiction shall annually procure a quantity of recovered organic waste products that meets or exceeds its current annual recovered organic waste product procurement target, as determined by the article. And the target is determined by a per capita multiplied by the jurisdiction's population. And it equals 0.08 tons of organic waste per California resident per year. Although there are multiple available diversion technologies in 1383, the procurement requirements are only the organic products that are required to be procured are only compost, mulch, renewable fuel, and electricity from biomass conversion. Because Salinas Valley operates a compost facility, we have focused on compost and mulch. And I think there's just one exception of Kings City, because they are using a CCA, that community aggregate, that if biomass conversion was available, that could also potentially be a way of meeting the procurement target. But for the most part, we did focus on compost and mulch. Next slide, please. And those are just conversion factors, they're not that important. Okay, so here are the totals and the annual targets for each member agency. The city of Gonzales has a target of 680 tons. City of Greenfield, a target of 1,463 tons. The city of King City, a target of 1,184 tons. The city of Salinas with a target of 12,978 tons. The city of Soledad with a target of 2,024 tons. And the unincorporated county with a target of 2,733 tons. And these are annual targets. Next slide, please. So we looked at for each of the cities, and in the report, we break it down by each of the member agencies, what some potential product uses are for these procurement targets. Parks and sports fields and schools really top the list because they are in each member agency. And but we also looked at other public uses such as medians and golf courses, wastewater treatment plant, depending on the member agency. We looked at potential applications for this procurement requirement. We also looked at opportunities for public compost and mulch giveaways and looked at which each city was offering, like Beautification Week, Earth Days, and just kind of can tag on to those events as a compost and mulch giveaway. And that's available to meet that procurement requirement. Next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to hand it over to Theo to discuss for the common good, or the themes for the common good.
Thanks, Rachel. So it's really important as a municipality to recognize the common good of selling compost. Compost is a community-generated resource, and it has vast environmental benefits, including carbon sequestration, groundwater quality, and drought protection. It can also be used as a rallying cry to protect species such as the steelhead in the Salinas Valley River, similar to what they did in Seattle with soils for salmon. And this is a really crucial part to have a education campaign and to increase awareness about municipal compost. And then also the importance of regenerating after these massively devastating fires in these last couple months. The use of compost can be a really important amendment to soils to start to increase nutrient regeneration in the Santa Lucia and Sierra de Salinas regions. All right, that's it.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much, Theo and Rachel.
You're welcome.
I think we are open to comments. Rob, if you want to open it up.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that now. Boy, it's I appreciate hearing that we're ahead of the curve here because, good Lord, if I was in Tony Villegas or Gloria de la Rosa's shoes right now, I'd go, man, those poor suckers that are still on the board have to deal with all this stuff. It's daunting for sure, and many of us have been around enough that when we see the year 2025, we understand that that is around the corner, and there is much that needs to be done. I think first off, I want to give kudos to our internal staff for really all the hard work in getting this initiated. It is so easy for us as humans to just go, all right, it's down the road, let's wait, or learn from others, or hope that the state is going to delay implementation. And I definitely honed in, Tracy, when you made that comment about that they will not be altering those dates. I appreciate the presentation. I mean, it certainly seems well thought out and a good plan. And we know that much of it will be altered, changed, etc. as time goes on, but we need to start, even further wrapping our heads around this as board members. And that's again where the kudos goes to staff of when this was first coming down the pipe, of keeping us updated and apprised of what was going on, not just for our board, but also the outreach that was done to city councils and other groups as well. I mean, to say that this is going to take a team effort is a gross understatement for sure. It's going to take a minor miracle for all of this with some of those numbers. But I think we as a board, we as a community, we as a state are up for the challenge. Let me go ahead and open it up to board questions first. If any board members have a question for any of the presenters or Mandy, go ahead and click the raise hand button. And I'll also, for the public, you can raise your hand as well, and we'll get you queued up if anyone has any questions. All right, we'll go to Director Crominis first, please.
I just want to thank the ladies for their presentation. That was incredibly informative and has given me a headache, but thank you so much for putting it together. I know it was a lot of work, and I appreciate all the effort put into it. And I do appreciate, as Rob pointed out that, you know, I appreciate that we're ahead of the curve, but we definitely have a lot of work ahead of us here. Thank you, ladies, though. Good work.
Okay, let's go to Patrick, please.
Well, I'll say, having been in this business a long time, I can say this is not your grandmother's AB 939. This is a different beast. Regulations were finally formalized a few weeks ago. This is going to be one of our key projects really going forward for the next 5 years. And I'll give kudos to Brian Kennedy, who actually suggested that we change our name to SVOR, that's Salinas Valley Organics and Recycling, because this is going to be a cornerstone program for us. And so all hands on board, and thank you to Mandy, Tracy, Theo, all the folks at Rachel at Diversion Strategies and Green Mountain for all the hard work you've done to get us to this point. And talking to my peers, I think, as Tracy said, there's still a lot of jurisdictions with their head in the sand. Rude awakening's coming next year. So I'm just happy that we at least have a roadmap and something we can begin to implement. In King City, you're out in front. Your city manager, Steve Adams, is actually, we're already setting up meetings to begin the discussions around code and franchise changes. Actually, I think in 2 weeks. So he's anxious to start to move that ball down the path. So hopefully we'll learn from that process to help the rest of our jurisdictions with the administrative side of getting ready for these new rules and laws.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. All right. Looks like no one else wants to comment, but I have a feeling we're going to see Tracy, Rachel, and or Theo multiple times over the next several months. We will have lots of opportunities to ask questions. So thank you again for all of that information, to all of you who presented. Appreciate it. Look forward to working with you all in the future. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 11 now, which is an update on the Gloria Iverson Johnson Canyon Road Improvement Project. And I think we're going to hear from Caesar first, it looks like.
Yep. Good evening, Board of Directors. So tonight's presentation is going to be a little update on the Gloria Road Iverson Johnson Canyon Reconstruction Project. Just a little background on this project. The project was first initiated in 2002 when the authority started doing trial runs to Johnson Canyon to see what the operations would be like once we start hauling transfer trucks to Johnson Canyon in 2002. So when we started that's when the complaints from the residents and people that live along Gloria Road started coming in on the road. So a little history that we found out on the road was it was constructed in around 1952, according to the county records that we looked at back in 2002, and it was constructed out of 2 inches of AC over 10 inches of selective soil that was compacted in place. So that kind of explains why we have the issue today. So our CUP, our conditional use permit, mandated that we covered our fair share of that road construction, which equated to 28% of the cost. Back then in 07-08, the board did fund the capital improvement project and set aside $2.3 million for this project. Since 07-08, we've been working on the project with the county, along with the board and the city of Gonzales, to get this completed and done. And in fiscal year 1920, the ball really got going. And I want to thank not only our board members, but the city of Gonzales and Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Phillips really pushing the county and getting this project on the book. So fortunately enough, the project started this summer and was completed recently. And the road, if you haven't drove it, is beautiful. So to give us a little overview on the project, we got Randy Ishii from the County of Monterey is going to go ahead and give the presentation to us. It's all yours, Randy.
Thank you for that, Caesar. Good evening, Board President Cullen and members of the board. As per the introduction, my name is Randy Ishii, Chief of Public Works for Monterey County. And as the project wraps up and as we complete our punch list items, we have a presentation for you this evening as we wrap up the project. And again, this is the Gloria Road, Iverson Road, Johnson Canyon Road Reconstruction Project. Next slide, please. As explained by Caesar, and just to give a little bit more project background, the purpose of this project was to repair the failed pavement condition of the road, as evident by these pictures and as many of the waste haul truck drivers have experienced, as the public has experienced. There's been a failed pavement road condition with poor drainage on this road for some time. And so as part of this project, its need was to provide a safe and reliable truck access road to the Johnson Canyon landfill, as well as for our commuting motorists and the public at large. And as noted, it was a Monterey County 2007 use permit for the Johnson Canyon landfill that obligated the Waste Authority to pay a fair share for the reconstruction of the haul route from 101 to the landfill. This is an approximately 5-mile long project that was reconstructed through the lowest responsible and responsive bidder, who was Granite Construction Company, who worked on this project. Next slide, please. And this was one of our maps that we used in the public outreach materials, as well as on the county website, with the yellow bold line work representing the project limits. Again, it was approximately 5 miles, and the road reconstruction method that was used was full depth reclamation, which is also a green construction technology. Next slide, please. And this slide demonstrates the project description. It consisted of pulverizing, recycling in place the existing pavement, which is part of the FDR methodology. And by adding cement to the subgrade of the pavement, what happens is that we're providing a stabilized soil prism underneath the roadway that strengthens the existing soils and allow them to accommodate even more truck traffic across them, and providing that stable surface for trucks and motorists to use. The amount of pavement that was placed on top of that was 6 inches of hot mix asphalt, and we also used pavement fabric underneath that surface. Also, as part of the project, the life of a roadway and the ability to use that roadway during all weather and make an all-weather surface relies on having good drainage. So before the road reconstruction work began, a significant portion of the project was to replace the existing drainage culverts underneath the road so that it safely and efficiently wicks water from one side of the road to the other. And as noted here, it further protects the new road surface. Next slide, please. And these pictures that you'll see in the following slide show some of the work that occurred during the course of the project during its different phases. The top slide represents the motor grader that had graded and improved the intersections as well as the roadway itself for the course of the project. One thing we want to note about this project is that we were able to take this opportunity to improve some of the turning movements that the trucks experience as they try to drive along the road. The pictures that you see here show the intersection at Gloria, which was an acute angle. And so in the course of this project, it was redesigned and constructed so that it allows for better turning movements. Next slide, please. These slides show the hot mix asphalt being placed along the road surface, which provide for an all-weather and smooth riding surface and improved driving experience. Next slide, please. And what we want to also note for you, the board, this evening, as well as the public, is that this was a great collaborative project amongst the agencies of the City of Gonzales, who undertook the design effort, the county doing the construction effort, and working all together with the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. This was also a Measure X campaign project, which we were able to fund through the Fair Share by You, the Waste Authority, as well as through a combination of Measure X funds and SB1 funding. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. And as we want to highlight, and as mentioned before, this is a big kudos to the staff that were involved, from the project management staff to the Waste Authority staff and the City of Gonzales' staff. It was a great collaborative project. And we also want to thank profusely the Waste Authority staff, General Manager Patrick Matthews et al., who notified the truck drivers of the construction activity and informed the drivers to take an alternate route when Iverson Road had to be closed for part of the construction activity. We also want to thank Granite Construction and recognize them in that this project has completed and is now in the punch list phase where we're taking care of some minor items and is finished 2 weeks. Again, that was 2 weeks ahead of schedule. They had some challenges with the cement from their cement subcontractor and material supplier, but they were able to find an alternate source and still kept this project 2 weeks ahead of schedule. So that concludes the presentation, and we open it back up to the board.
All right. Thank you, Randy.
All right. And first and foremost, I'd like to let Director Silva comment first and then Director Lopez second. So Liz, do you want to start?
Well, I just want to thank Randall and all the people involved in getting this project to come to fruition. It has been many, many years. There have been many, many people who have driven Gloria and Iverson who've complained. I know they've made numerous complaints to Chris's office as well as City Hall in Gonzales. Axles on vehicles, and some of them are fairly new, have been broken, tires have blown out. And I invite everybody, take a few minutes this weekend, come and take a drive on Gloria and Iverson Road. It is smooth as silk, and it goes all the way to the entrance of the landfill. So thank you to everyone who was involved. And I said my thank yous out at the ribbon cutting, and we all had to maintain our social distance. But in this kind of a project, the size of this kind of a project, it's amazing how everybody worked together to make sure that it happened, and it happened beforehand. So we didn't have to keep postponing the ribbon cutting or the actual opening. And there was a picture taken. I'm sorry it wasn't on here, but Patrick took a picture because there was a sign on Iverson Road coming off of Gloria Road that said rough road. Just to kind of warn everybody, although you've already been on Gloria Road for a while and you knew it was rough. And I know a lot of residents along Gloria Road, including the Riandas and the Laninis, are extremely happy about this new road. So thank you to all who were involved.
All right, Director Lopez.
Thank you, President Cullen. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who had a hand in this. It was really a collaborative effort. And one of the other groups that I really have to thank is the Jackson Family Wine Group. I know they dedicated some land to us to allow us to make some better, more safe egress onto, that's what happens. I start to blank on road names on Gloria from Iverson. And so I want to just thank everybody who had a hand in making this project a reality. It was one of those roads that created a lot of issues for my office, the constant calls. Even my congressman called me on a Sunday to ask what the heck was I doing with this road, because he thought it broke his jaw. He hit one of those potholes so hard. You know, and the story I often tell is when Supervisor Salinas started to get the calls, he asked me as a staff member then to go down and see what the road actually looked like, because as you know, we have probably 2/3 of all the road miles in Monterey County are in my district. And so I hung out the window with a camera to film sort of the condition of the road. And the car in front of me literally drove off of the county paved road and preferred to drive on the dirt country road for about 1.5 miles as it had less dips and dives than the road itself. So driving this road the other day, I've got to share the same comment as Liz, that sign that's posted that says rough road. I am so proud that we as a group have been able to turn that sign into a lie. You look down that road and it is the smoothest road in Monterey County. In fact, I posted it on my social media and thanked everybody involved. But again, to all the partners, to everybody who made it a reality, all the way down to the lunch that was served afterwards. It was a drive-through steak lunch, and I've never had that nice of a lunch on the road. So thank you to everybody who made this entire project first class. I really appreciate it.
All right, well, let's open it up to other board questions or comments. Patrick, you want to go ahead and go next, Patrick.
I'll wait my turn, but I just wanted to thank Randy and tell you how impressed I really was, having been in a public works department for 20 years, to see a road project so effectively taken from design to completion and so efficiently. Your staff was wonderful. Harrison Associates did the engineering, Patrick Dobbins with the City of Gonzales, Granite Construction, and everybody involved. It was just, it was a beauty to watch that project go, and be part of it. We appreciate you letting us contribute to the design side as well as providing some support services for you during the project. So thank you very much on behalf of the authority.
All right. Any board members or public wish to comment on this item? All right. Well, I will give the collective hallelujah, amen, awesome comment. So thank you everyone for all your hard work on this project. Oh yes.
We have a public comment.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and bring him in and.
Go ahead, Grant. You should be able to speak.
Hello again. Yeah, it's a great project, very exciting. I used to work for the transportation agency for Monterey County and worked closely with Randy on these types of projects. And it's really great to see another one come up and be so successful. I think this is a great project to be nominated for TAMPC's Excellence Awards, which are held every January. And the application period just opened. So Randy, if you haven't been thinking about that, I certainly hope that the county puts this one in for an award. Thank you very much.
Grant, you're starting to sound like you're looking for a PR job or something, or that's what you're good at. You are good at that. All right. Let's see. I don't see any other people wishing to make a comment or ask a question. So thank you again for the presentation, and long time coming. Neat to see all those pictures. I appreciate that presentation. So, all right, we'll go ahead and move on to consideration item number 12, demonstration of the agriculture plastics to transportation fuel project. And Patrick, I think you're going to do the introduction, it looks like.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Rob. Yeah, this, as you know, the authority has a long history of really supporting innovative efforts in a lot of different areas, starting with the agency's Conversion Technology Committee back in 2004. And really, you've seen a number of projects come through. Some never went anywhere. Some were research projects that ended up providing paper and science background for new opportunities in the commercial market. And we have another one that's come to us. And the reason this specific company is interested in Salinas Valley is that this project is really focused around an alternative to recovering agricultural plastics. And as you know, it's a massive problem. In all my years in solid waste, it has been an ongoing problem in the sense that we've had lots of different ventures come in and offer to take the material and clean it, only to find that it's didn't work. And so this is a new type of approach that actually converts this plastic back into its petroleum base, and creates fuels that actually can be put back into the agricultural community or into the solid waste fleets. So with that, I'm going to introduce Michael Brown. I don't think Gloria's on the line any longer, but Gloria obviously would remember Michael. He was one of the original founding consultants for the authority, helped provide the authority design, structure, JPA, and setup, and did a lot of work for our agency in its first half of its life. And Michael has come back in a new venture with plastic fuel. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Michael Brown and have him provide the presentation, and we'll talk about what the ask and recommendations are from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Can you see me all? I don't see myself. I just see a name. And is there a way I can show my face as well as I can see Rob and Patrick? Erica, is there a way I can do that, or do you see me?
Yeah, we cannot see you, Michael.
I have promoted you to panelist.
Okay.
Sure why it's not.
You should be able to turn your video on now.
I just sent you a request to turn on your.
Okay. How's that?
There we go.
Okay, great. Let me move this over so I can do it. President Cullen and members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you tonight. What I'm about to talk to you about gets really to the heart of the biggest growing problem in waste management. And, you know, Patrick and I worked together many years ago and in the early days founding of the authority, and great strides have been done in so many areas. The authority has been focused on diversion. You've done a great job. You heard a presentation on Monterey mushrooms and everything they've done with commercial recycling. You heard about the organics. Problem, though, is that no one is dealing with the plastic waste situation. It's a problem worldwide, it's a problem nationwide, and it's a uniquely serious problem in the Salinas area because of the large amount of field plastics from strawberry growing. So Erica, if I could get the next, so there was a study that was done on plastic recycling over the last 50 years since we've had plastics in our culture. And never has there been more than 10% of the plastics produced ever been recycled. And in fact, I think we were, the state, that's worldwide and US wide. California hit about 11% last year. It's going down this year because of the problem with China and the fact that they're rejecting a lot of our plastics. You're getting a lot of this plastic at the landfill, and particularly because these are very large sheets of plastic, they're difficult to handle at the landfill. And unlike the other materials that you're landfilling, they don't decompose. They're going to be there for, I've seen estimates in the hundreds, even to 1,000 years. Excuse me. Unfortunately, there's a lot of clandestine burning of the plastics, and when that happens, there's toxic gases released. And in fact, 40% of the plastic that California shipped to China this past year for recycling was burned or dumped in ravines and fields. So even though we claim we've recycled all this plastic, actually only about 60% of what we sent there, what really was done. The biggest problem, and being a relatively nearby coastal community, is the impact on the ocean. And there have been so many different studies, but most of them conclude that there's millions and millions of tons of plastic ending up in the ocean each year. And there were a couple of studies where they actually sent ships out into the ocean to count pieces in these large plastic islands. And they generally, I've seen them as low as 3 trillion and as high as 8 or 9 trillion. And this is very much affecting marine species. In fact, 100% of sea turtles now have plastics in their body. And a number of the birds, particularly albatross and other seabirds, are feeding shreds of plastic to their young, thinking that they're nice worms or some kind of great food, and the babies are dying because of this. Next. At the same time, in spite of the planned electrification of vehicles in California and that move nationwide, and the improved economy in various types of transportation, California and the US is still consuming an incredible amount of fossil fuel. And you're all aware of the difficulties, the environmental damage of petroleum extraction and refining. And the outlook for this is that the amount of gasoline and diesel particularly is going to increase in spite of efforts to electrify. So we've got two problems that we are wanting to deal with. Next slide, please. So what are we proposing to do about this? So our company, Plastic Fuels, Inc., has invested in a technology. This technology took over 18 years to develop, that takes the waste plastic, and I want to emphasize this is the plastic other than that which is recycled. We're not attacking the plastic market, the 10% that does have markets, but the other 90% that's now going to the landfill and getting dumped in various places, including the ocean. And we break it back to its original hydrocarbon state and then reform it as transportation fuel. Next, please. We did a worldwide search of technologies in order to find the very best technology to attack these twin problems of waste plastic disposal and renewable fuel usage. And we landed on and arranged a license with a company called Plastic Gas. And they are the only demonstrated technology in the world that actually works. It takes dirty waste plastic and makes certified drop-in fuel. And I'll show you on my next slide a little video of how that's done and that it works. The technology has been operating in Mexico consistently for the last 3 years. And Plastic Gas is currently installing projects in 8 different European and South American countries. So my company, Plastic Fuel Inc., is the US licensee of plastic gas technology. We do have an operating pilot plant in Southern California in San Bernardino. I'll show you some little video clips of that. And we have chosen Salinas, if you go along with this idea and support the recommended action that we'll get to at the end of this presentation, to do our first commercial demonstration project in Salinas. What you're looking at on the left is a full-scale plant. The actual operations happen right in this little shed. These are the storage tanks. This is a facility that we actually will not need in the Salinas area, which is where all the plastic is stored, because our plastic supplier, Salinas Tarp Pullers, will store it at their site and bring it to us as we need it, and then some administration buildings. The fuel leaves the site in these tankers, and this company, you can kind of read it right here. It's called Wayne's Trucking, very, very large national trucking company. They're one of our financial partners and have provided the money for our demonstration project that hopefully will be located in Salinas. These are really cool trucks because, as you'll see in a minute, our plastic technology produces several different fuels: gasoline, diesel, kerosene, etc. And these are compartmentalized trucks that can hold the requisite amount of gasoline, diesel, and kerosene and take them away. So there's no pipeline involved. There's not going to be a lot of traffic in and out of the site. We figure about 1 truckload every other day for our demonstration project. Next, please. So if you can hit the clip, this is our show. About over 30 million tons of plastic are dumped, burned in landfills and in the ocean each year. And these are some clips. These actually came from National Geographic. National Geographic is very concerned about this, and in fact are sponsoring a grant program next year to help attack the ocean waste program and problem. You can see that it is widespread and it is a worldwide problem. Specifically in your neighborhood, ag plastic is being dumped in fields. This is several thousand tons of ag plastic, film plastic, that is just been here for years, and because it doesn't have a home. So here's our pilot plant in San Bernardino, and this is a small scale version of what we want to produce to provide in Salinas. You see the plastic is poured into the first piece, the reformer. This is actually chipped field plastic that we arranged, and you can see here's different buckets of it. We've tested, and our parent company, Plastic Gas, has tested all different types of plastics, and all of them work. So here's our pilot plant. This is in a trailer, and we can bring this up to Salinas if you'd like, maybe after you reconvene first of the year, and do a demonstration of putting plastic in. It takes, unfortunately, about 4 or 5 hours to go through the process, and here's what you get. And now you can see clear fuel coming out. There's no catalyst involved. It's a very clean and pollution-free process, completely enclosed and sealed. This is the remaining residue in the reformer that we want to put in Salinas. There's about 7 tons of plastic loaded into this reformer is the first step. And out of that, only about 280 pounds of solid material is left for reuse. So here we just took the diesel fuel that you saw out of the pilot plant. We're pouring it into my partner's diesel BMW. There's the plant in the background. And closing it up, and you'll see him drive away. He actually drove from the pilot plant to Salinas to meet with the Salinas TARP pullers with a tank full of the gasoline. The diesel. Both the diesel and gasoline are very high quality, high performance, 102 octane on the gasoline. Next, please. Okay, so here's the process. You saw the reformer. This is where the plastic is loaded in. Our proposal is to have 2 of these side by side, each taking about 7 tons of plastic per shift. The fuels drop out through these 4 tanks. So you get paraffin, diesel, gasoline, and kerosene. And this shows storage tanks to load them out. Instead, we're going to have a tanker truck parked there and taking them away. And the big differentiator between this process and all the others we looked at worldwide, which are struggling to actually work, is this line right here: no catalyst required. This is a very simple process, kind of like a moonshine still. You put the mash in the front, heat it up, and then cool it down and vaporize it. And as it cools down, it drops out, and you get moonshine or cognac or whatever you are making based on the temperature. A small amount of the gas that's produced is circulated back into the reformer, and through a thermal oxidizer combusts all of that excess waste gas. It's only about 2% of the total, and provides all the heat. It's recovered there in the thermal oxidizer to run the process. So once it gets started up, there is no energy used. And our thought was, if we co-located at a landfill, which is part of our proposal, we would actually start it up on landfill gas if that was permissible. So there would be no fossil fuels consumed in this, 100% renewables. Next, please. So here's our process. About half of what goes in comes out as gasoline, a little over a quarter as diesel fuel, a little bit of kerosene, which with a further refining can become jet fuel, a little bit of paraffin, industrial grade paraffin. This LPG is what is recirculated for heating and running the process, and about 2% residue. That's about 280 pounds per reformer per shift. So it's a very small amount of residue. Most of the other projects outside of our country, this material is used. There's a variety of uses for it. It, of course, could be landfilled, but we'd prefer to use that. So it's a 98% diversion from landfill at the worst case, and 100% diversion with the reuse of the residue. Next, please. So the plants come in various sizes: 7, 14, 35, and 75 tons per batch. It is a batch process. A single 7-ton unit operating 1 shift would produce about 300,000 gallons of gasoline and another 200,000 of diesel each year, about 500,000. So our project, having 2 of these and operating on 2 shifts, we'd be up into the 1 million to 2 million gallon per year of the fuel. And that's the size we want to start with here in the US. And then as we get to other projects, we'll start increasing the size, but we want to start with the smallest one as a demonstration. Next, please. So working with Driscoll's, and I believe that one of their representatives is going to speak when I'm finished. They're very interested in the better ways of dealing with film plastic, and they are completing and have hired the UC Santa Barbara's Bren School of Environmental Management to do a complete life cycle environmental analysis. and we've agreed to participate in that. And I've already filled out several pages of detailed technical information on the process. And the idea then is to have an independent third party work with us initially and hopefully ongoing through the demonstration period, comparing our system to others and to the current situation, so that we have this independence from an environmental standpoint to make sure that it is beneficial to the environment. Next. So what are we proposing and what are we asking? Our concept is that we will permit, design, construct, and operate a small commercial scale demonstration project. And as I mentioned before, 2 of the smallest distillation reformers, 7 tons each, shift operating in parallel. And we want to carry out all of the testing, operational, and development activities to fully demonstrate that the system works, it's economically feasible, and it's environmentally better, much better than what's going on now. And this is an area that one of the reasons why we wanted to partner with the authority, because we'd like a public agency to be involved to help ensure the transparency of the work that we do and the validity of the conclusions that we reach. We have all the money available. We're not asking the authority for any money. We'd like to locate the demo project at the Crazy Horse landfill in the little building where, if you all remember, the autoclave, and I was involved in that years ago, where that autoclave process was tested, and use that existing building and a couple of paved acres as well. The ag plastic is going to be provided by Salinas Tarp Pullers. And also, Patrick tells me that you have a debagger, I believe, at Johnson Canyon. And any of the plastics that you would like to contribute to this, we'd be happy to build into our demonstration. Next. Why do it? We really believe this is a game-changing diversion technology, and your association with us and ours with you will really help us promote this technology and assure to others that it really works. It really does deal with this problem. While this technology works on all other kinds of waste plastics as well, we're interested and we think it'll help you and your ag community, because there is no long-term alternative that has panned out. I know there have been several companies have come and gone, and they've set up shop and they're doing this and that. I think there's one that's still operating a little bit at the old Firestone complex, but there has never been a demonstration of a reliable, cost-effective, and environmentally sound alternative. We can take your generated plastics, and in both your organics presentation earlier, they mentioned we got waste plastic in the organics. Monterey mushrooms had plastics they needed dealing with. It's so insidious, the plastic in our society and in our waste stream, that we can help you with that. We're really hoping to utilize the diesel and gasoline fuels locally, both to the ag community that is providing the plastics and doing the growing, as well as to the authority and the member agencies. We just think it'd be really great if all of it were used locally. We do have, through our partner Wayne Transport, the ability to transport it and provide to others. We just think it's a local problem. It'd be great to be a local benefit. Of course, we'll be hiring people. There'll be opportunities for local suppliers of goods and services, and it will significantly reduce your greenhouse gas footprint. And that's something we will be measuring during the demonstration period. Next. We have support from the ag community. Some people are going to speak after I'm done. Here's Driscoll's letter of support. Next. The Farm Bureau's letter of support, and there are others coming which we don't have yet. Next. So basically, here's our bottom line, our ask. We would ask that the authority collaborate with us at no cost to the authority in the demonstration of this technology and its ability to really help solve a worldwide problem. We'd like to lease the autoclave and surrounding paved area site at Crazy Horse Landfill for the demonstration project. We'd also like to, and this is not a requirement, but an ask, the third one, is we'd like to have access to some of your landfill gas and to the flare. We see some possibilities of being able to use the landfill gas, which now is completely being flared, to produce additional fuels, certainly to be our startup fuel, so we can show that this can be done without any natural gas or propane. And also we see the flare as an important component. So our bottom line ask is, I know you don't meet again until January. We're eager to get going. We've got the technology, we've got the money, we're wanting to site and get going. So what we're asking is that you direct your staff to do 3 possible things while in the interim, and we'll bring these all back to you in January when the board is again seated. Number 1 is to work with us to prepare a lease agreement for the Crazy Horse site. We're thinking something very similar to the lease program that you did with the autoclave technology, so I don't think that's a big effort. Number 2 is determine the appropriate level of CEQA analysis for the demonstration. We believe that this demonstration project is entitled to an exemption from CEQA, and that would cut 6 to 9 months off of our implementation schedule, which is really, really important to us and our investors. And our parent company who wants to see something happening in the United States and help us catch up with Europe and South America. I know this was done for the autoclave project, and we think it's a very similar thing. We want to find out if that's correct or not. So we'd like your staff's help in doing that initial CEQA analysis and determining whether an exemption is appropriate or whether further level of CEQA is required. And finally, there's a grant program coming up in it may actually come out in December, which is why the RFP from the California Energy Commission may not come until January, but we would like to respond to that grant opportunity. It's $3 million, which is a big chunk of money for to help offset the demonstration project, and to get letters of support from you, even if that has to happen before you reconvene in January. So why don't you leave this slide up, and at this time that ends our presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Michael, did you say that there's someone from one of the companies, one of the ag companies that wanted to speak?
I believe so. I think that Tanis, if you're on, if you could click your raise your hand.
Okay, yeah, Tanis just did. So let's have Tanis speak, and then we'll open it up to board questions, and then we'll go from there. So
President Cullen, I do believe there may be others, Andrew Jolin and Aiden from the Salinas Tarp Pullers. So there might be a couple of others who'd like to chime in if that's okay with you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, let's so let's start with Tanis, please.
Good evening. So as mentioned, my name is Tanis Thorlickson, and I lead environmental efforts for Driscoll's, a major fresh berry marketer. At Driscoll's, we have a strong commitment to environmental stewardship, including the responsible disposal of agricultural plastics. Agricultural plastics are necessary for the production of high quality, high yielding, and safe fresh berries. My team has been working to develop recycling and reuse solutions for many of our agricultural plastics. However, ag plastics that come into prolonged contact with soil, including strawberry mulch film, are extremely challenging to recycle due to the high soil content of the plastics when removed from the field. I've spoken with dozens of groups to identify solutions for these high soil contact plastics, including washing, cleaning, and other approaches. Consistent with what Patrick highlighted in the introduction, currently no mechanical recycler I have spoken to is able to process these films back into a high quality plastics. At this time, we believe conversion to fuels, such as the type of plant Plastic Fuels Incorporated is proposing, is an exciting opportunity to responsibly manage these difficult to recycle agricultural plastics. We are currently conducting a life cycle assessment in collaboration with the UC Santa Barbara Bren School of Environmental Management to further evaluate the environmental benefits of this type of technology. I will note that we have not done specific due diligence beyond starting this LCA on Plastic Fuels Inc.'s technology, and at this time remain vendor agnostic. To conclude, we are supportive of plastic to fuel conversion plant in the Salinas area that can take difficult to recycle agricultural plastics out of the landfill to help our region responsibly manage this necessary waste stream. Thank you for your time and your work to support our communities.
Thank you, Tanis. I appreciate that comment. I'd like to go to Nikki next. Nikki, you can go ahead. Oh, actually, I think we need to move Nikki over first, I think. Whatever we need to do to let Nikki speak, let's do it.
President Collin, we also had Julie.
Yeah.
Who wanted to speak, I believe.
Yes.
Julie, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see Julie now. Yeah. Yeah, Julie, go ahead and unmute yourself and go for it.
Hello, I'm Julie Conti. I'm the Vice President of Plastic Gas. We are the ones who have developed this technology for the past 18 years. It truly stands out from other plastic to fuel conversions as we simultaneously convert the plastic to 6 fuels and that with no further need to refine. And so we believe as we have developed these plants throughout Europe and Latin America, we're really excited to get a plant in the US, and Salinas is the ideal location with mass amounts of your agricultural plastic. And because with the dirt on the plastic, we can still recycle that. It's excellent product for our plants. And we promise to provide full support to Salinas and the board and the entire authority to ensure that this demonstration project will be a highlight in your community.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Okay, internal to our staff, who else from industry do we need to have speak before we do board comments, and then after that, or board comments and questions, and then after that, I'll go to public comment.
I don't believe we have anybody else, Michael, aside.
I think Andrew Jolin and Aiden, if they're on, they wanted to speak. Andrew or?
Andrew
Aiden?
Jolin is here, so let me move him over.
He is from industry.
Okay, he's able to speak now.
Okay, Andrew, go for it. And unmute yourself if you're.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me some time. I mentioned in the meeting last month that I've been working on this egg mulch film recycling for 5 years now, and working with Driscoll's, working with Cal Giant, others to come up with a solution. And one of the really exciting things that have happened since last month is that the manufacturer of that mulch film and the company that puts most of it, that distributes it and brings it up to Salinas, both of those companies approached me saying they wanted to be part of this project to support it financially, support it in any way they can. Because I think basically the way the farmers are handling this now is extended producer responsibility. And so in other words, they're looking back to the manufacturer and saying, well, you have to help us figure out if you're selling this to us, you have to take it back. So that's happening to other kinds of plastic packaging, food packaging, it's happening to as well. So it was really interesting for me to be kind of in the middle of that over the past couple of weeks and have them contact me. So I think that's a really encouraging thing and could help make this a bigger project as we try to address the many tons of mulch film that are available. And also, I think one thing that wasn't mentioned by Michael and Tanis is that And correct me, Mike, if I'm wrong, but we're going to take some, they're pulling tarps in Oxnard now, and we're going to take some of that and bring it to San Bernardino and demonstrate there to Driscoll's.
correct.
Yeah. So that's just one thing, other thing I wanted to add. And thank you, all the board members, for your time.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Who else do we need to go to from industry?
I believe that's it.
Okay, all right, let's, before we do the board questions and comments, what I first want to do is make sure that we're framing what's before us tonight. So Patrick, I'm going to turn it over to you in a second. I've seen this presentation a few times. This presentation was made to our advisory group, which both Grant and Nikki, I'm looking to see if anyone else from our advisory group is on our call right now. But so they've seen it there. We saw it at the executive committee meeting, and then seen this presentation tonight. So what I kind of want to do is frame, Patrick, have you frame the decision that's before us tonight before we start with the questions and comments. And then also, Patrick, if you can go ahead and address if we proceed forward, let's talk about the potential risks to the authority.
Great, thank you, President Collin. So I think Michael has outlined the ask fairly clearly. If the board were to authorize us, we're obviously not making any commitments tonight, but to really take the next step, which will lead us towards some kind of potentially a commitment if the board's comfortable with this at the beginning of the year. So the first thing would be to develop a lease. As Michael said, we already have lease templates we've used before for these types of projects. Working with council, I think we'll be able to use those as a starting point and fairly quickly establish a lease. And those leases have a lot of the protective measures in them that puts the liability really on the developer and the company coming in and leasing that land. So it's a sort of an arm's length arrangement. We get a little bit of money out of it, but ultimately it's the responsibility of Michael and his company, Plastic Fuel, to bring the resources to bear on making this happen. So the second part, which I think we can probably get answered before the January meeting, would be to sit down, not just with Michael, but likely with the county resource management agency or planning department, and get the question answered. Would they require, since they are the jurisdiction of oversight, just get some feedback on levels of CEQA analysis they believe are required. Michael is correct. There are exemptions for demonstrations. This sort of falls in a gray area that still might require some level of work, or it may, based on a limited duration, function as a demonstration and fall into that exemption category for a short period of time while data is gathered. At which point, if we decided to continue on with a permanent facility, then maybe additional work would be required at that point. But those are questions we'll have to get answered with both our own CEQA experts, as well as maybe some advice from the county. Grant letters of support, I think that's a normal thing. You obviously want to support their effort if they're going to go out and seek funding, and would definitely recommend that we provide those on an as-need basis for those upcoming grant opportunities. That helps the project move forward. So framing the risk. I mean, the idea with these projects and the way we've always structured these projects, they are at some level of public-private partnership, because we're providing land, but we also are providing maybe some feedstock. We may be a benefactor in the backside with receiving some of the fuels at a pricing structure that could save us some money. So I think all around there's some benefits for the authority, but the goal is always with these projects that we mitigate any authority risk. So what are our risks? Well, we have a small scale transfer station permit for Crazy Horse still from prior demonstration projects. So that would be adequate to support a project of this size. So we think that can be supported there under the existing permitting. And then it's really it'll be up to Michael and Plastic Fuel to go out and seek the air district permits and any other permits that may be required for a facility of this type. That will be their responsibility. We'll just provide support, answer questions, provide data and input on the facility and the existing permit structures up there. But ultimately, the responsibility will be on their company to put this together. So between now and January, our goal is, again, we can draft a lease, I think, fairly quickly. It's a very simple document. We've done it before. We use those as templates, get the CEQA question answered, and if a grant becomes available for Michael and the company between now and the January meeting, we just ask that the board, support that effort on our part to craft a support letter if it's requested before the January meeting.
Okay, so with that being said, then let's go through board questions first. And Tony Villegas, I know you've had your hand up for a while. I'm assuming it's for this item, or unless it's been up for a long time. But
yeah,
in any case, Tony, let's go ahead and start with you.
It almost came down. My hand was getting tired. My digital hand. I was just curious. I know there's you guys are finding more information about the CEQA. Is there going to be an EIR required by them, and if so, who would be paying for that? Would it be Plastic Fuel Inc. or the Salinas Valley Solid Waste?
It would be Plastic Fuel Inc. The decision on whether the authority takes the role as the lead agency or the county, that's to be determined. But no, that would be fully funded by the project proponent. That's typically the case. It's not an authority facility. We're simply leasing land and providing some administrative and programmatic support for diversion of our own waste streams. So yeah, that would be their dime and their responsibility.
All righty. And this question is probably better for Michael. Michael, have you done this with any other waste authority and gone through the CEQA or an EIR or anything like that yet? And if so, how long did that take?
With the plastic technology specifically, we have not done that. And because we're citing our first project, we're particularly interested in finding a site that we could do at least a demonstration without having to go through CEQA. I've been through many CEQA analyses. As Patrick mentioned, I was your consultant for the first 10 years or more of the authority's life, and we did CEQA on landfill expansions, on finding new landfill sites. I'm a partner in a food waste anaerobic digester that the San Bernardino County area is relying on for their AB 1383 compliance. We had a neg deck there, and it was a very expensive and long time process, even though there was no controversy. I have been involved in negative declaration CEQA analyses in as short as 6 months. It's usually about 9 months. It's not that it's that much study, it's the statutory notifications. The scoping meeting has to be noticed. 30 days later, you have the meeting, then another 30 days till this happens. You do your study, this goes out. So it's really the process that takes so much time. If a full EIR were required, it's probably a good year and a quarter. And we don't see that there'll really be any controversy here, but it's that's kind of the time frames. We see this demonstration really as an environmental process, and we want to be open book, even to the point of you could have live emission monitoring. There's only one small area, the in the thermal unit that has any exhaust at all. You could have a live feed as to what it is. So we really see this as an environmental study as much as as a technical and financial study. And that the appropriate time to do a full CEQA analysis, as Patrick mentioned, would be if we decided to then convert this to an ongoing and perhaps even larger facility. But there's not a whole lot of data yet. We have data out of our pilot plant, but we don't have any US generated data to even do an analysis on. And that's why we think it's should be exempt from any further than just an exemption.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Sure.
both of you.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Silva, please.
Yes, I'm of course working in the ag industry. This makes me very excited. But you mentioned the plastic that is used for the strawberry industry. And have you also reached out to the manufacturers of salads? I know they harvest in the fields, they put them into bins, but the bins are lined with a very thick plastic. So again, I'm real excited because I'm in the industry, and this makes me excited. So just wondering if you'd reached out to the salad manufacturers for the liners in the bins that are out in the field.
We have not done that yet. We'd love to make that part of the demonstration. We want to show how useful this can be. We did talk with Patrick and Mandy about the depackaging that's going on, I believe, at Johnson Canyon, and that and we have offered to take that material. And I love that idea, and we certainly will reach out, assuming we go ahead with you guys on this project.
And one more thing is that I know that in an effort to save on irrigation costs and whatnot, many of our growers have turned to the drip tape system. And I know that after a few uses, that's just kind of set aside and taken to the landfill as well. Is that the type of plastic that this can also be, this can also handle?
Yes, yeah, we plan in the initial phase, and before you mentioned the salad plastics, it would be the drip tape, and the big sheets that come off the field would be our primary feedstock.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Would any board members like to make a comment or ask a question? And any members of the public? Okay, Director Phillips. You're muted, Director Phillips.
Yeah, I'm off it now. I have one of the same questions. We talked about getting up where the industry is in Europe and other places. Are they doing this? Is this process being used anywhere in the US or any place else?
Not in the US. There is a facility that a little bit larger than this. It's a 10-ton unit operating successfully in Mexico. And there are units being manufactured and being shipped to 2 European countries and 6 South American ones, but they're not yet installed. So in terms of what you could see today, there's our pilot plant, which, like I said, we could tow up to the Salinas area and have you guys take a look at it before and watch it actually work. And that was in the little video clip. And the Mexican plant, which is about 1.5 times the size of our proposed plant.
Well, I got to say, I mean, if it's going to work, it would be a great thing. We are discarding a lot of the junk plastic that we shouldn't be. If we can utilize this, and Monterey County may be the best place for it. I mean, but we heard this autoclave was going to be the best thing since sliced bread, and we saw where that went. But it's not costing us anything. I don't see the downside, but frankly. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so either director or it looks like we have some members of the public that would like to speak. So if we could, both for Stephen and for Grant, if we could let them speak.
President Collin, I had moved over Nikki. She was one of the first public members that wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Want to make sure she.
Oh, she is there. Okay. Yeah, Nikki, sorry. I know I made a comment earlier about going to you, but go ahead, Nikki, please.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much. Michael, I appreciate this technology. I have a few questions. A lot were already answered, that you're looking into drip tape, where, as Liz had mentioned, we're moving more towards single-use drip tape. That's a huge problem. I was wondering about the cleaning and conditioning of this biofuel or fuel. Is there going to be air permitting involved? And as Tanis mentioned, one of the biggest challenges that we've seen over the years is the dirt that is included when we bring up this mulch and fumigation plastic, and then cleaning that, and also the amount of plastic that this industry is dealing with. And previous solution providers have not been able to deal with the amount of plastic that has been generated. You said 7 tons per shift. Do you know approximately how many acres of mulch or fumigation or drip tape 7 tons is equivalent to? I know I've said a lot, but this is really exciting, I think, for us that have been in the industry for so many years, looking for solutions to this.
Okay, I wrote down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. So let me see if I can
I've been told
get them all.
No.
No, my pleasure. Permitting was number 1. Yes, there will be permitting required with the Monterey Bay Air District. We are using the same, there's only one point of emission, and that is where the gas comes back and is thermally oxidized to heat and get the process moving. The particular piece of equipment that we have selected for that is manufactured in London, and we're using it on our food waste biodigester in San Bernardino. So we're comfortable with that at the full scale that we would be using for this one. It is so effective as a pollution destroying device, as well as liberating waste heat, that the South Coast Air Quality Management District classified it as exempt from NOx and other regulations. It's so efficient, and we just had to do a simple registration. So that's kind of point number 1 on the air district. Also, when I helped you guys with,
carbon, by any chance?
Say again, please.
Activated carbon that you're using to clean and condition this gas?
No, there's no cleaning needed for the fuels. They, like you saw, they went right into, we put them in a gasoline car and a diesel car, and the thermal oxidizer, there's no particulates or sulfur or anything like that would need the activated carbon. So the other comment on the permitting is that when I helped you guys with the autoclave process, we were able to get an experimental permit. And we also did this as part of our San Bernardino food waste digester project, to get a demonstration project permit in which they're much less expensive, they happen faster, and yet you're saying, this is what we think is going to happen, let us prove it over a couple-year demonstration period, and provided that it's as clean as we say it is, then issue us a full permit for a commercial plant. So we're very comfortable with that process. You asked second about the dirt and the cleaning, and we're well aware of that. We've run several trials of field plastic supplied by a company that takes field plastic, cleans it, chops it up, and sends it to us. We are talking with Driscoll's about doing a program in early December with their plastic. So we're and Salinas Tarp Pullers, our main supplier for the Salinas project, should we go ahead with it, has a system where they actually remove some of the dirt when they're pulling the plastics out of the field. So we're fairly comfortable with the cleaning requirement and the dirt. The how many acres, I have no idea. And if Tanis is still on, or Aiden's there, somebody who is from the production end, I have no idea how many acres 7 tons of plastic would cover. I can certainly get that back to you. And if that's important, we can present it when we come back in January to the full board with hopefully our lease and CEQA analysis.
Awesome.
Did I get them all?
Yes, I'm sure I have more questions, but I think you've taken care of the majority of them. Thank you.
Okay, just one last comment on the dirt. The dirt does not hurt the process. It just comes out the other end. We don't want it because we'd rather have plastic that's making product that we can sell, and it uses up some of the capacity. However, the dirt won't hurt anything at all. It'll come out sterilized in the residue process. So we don't think it's going to be a problem at all for us.
I just know that in the past, the dirt has posed a huge problem before cleaning and cutting or shredding the plastic. So anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Okay.
All right, okay, so now let's do Stephen first, Stephen Johnson. And Stephen, you can go ahead and unmute yourself now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
President Cullen, my name is Stephen Johnson. I'm the former general manager of the Solid Waste Authority a long time ago. As a matter of fact, Gloria De La Rosa would have been the only person that remembered me, and she was gone earlier on this call. You know, I've followed some of the things that the authority has been doing over the years. And 2 of the things that were most outstanding with problems during my tenure were dealing with the ag film plastic and, of course, the bag salad, which has been solved. But here we are with the most technologically advanced agricultural production place in the world, and we still haven't been able to solve this. And I really implore you to seriously take this on as a task. Let me make it clear, I have no financial benefit from this at all. I'm just speaking as a public citizen. But I think it's really important to keep in mind that the Solid Waste Authority has really been in the lead, the technological lead ever since it began, at least statewide and nationwide. And that means there's a little bit of risk from time to time, but with those risks come the benefits of really solving this massive problem, not just for here, but if it works for here, it's going to work for everywhere. So I advise you or suggest or ask that you move forward and give this a try. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Grant now, please.
Go ahead, Grant.
Okay, thank you, board president and board. Grant Leonard again. And I'm going to speak tonight and say that we were very excited at the Citizen Oversight Committee when this was presented to us last month. We had a lot of good conversation there, and saw the presentation again at the Advisory Committee later on, and now again for the 3rd time, and continue to be excited about this. If you saw in the Herald today, they had an article about plastic waste and its damaging effect on nature, and particularly the ocean. And I think everybody on the meeting tonight understands how serious that is. And then finally, as someone from North County here in Castroville, you definitely see just how much plastic goes into agricultural production here. And anything we can do to spearhead recycling that and making it a new product for the industry is definitely a benefit. And that fact that we have an open facility at Crazy Horse Canyon that could host this demonstration, I think is an excellent opportunity for us. And like the previous speaker, I'm just speaking tonight to encourage the board to move ahead with this demonstration and this partnership and see if we can't move forward with this technology and find a new use for this old plastic. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Grant. So seeing no other hands up and also hearing no general objections. Director Lopez, you go ahead.
No, so I mean, if we're getting ready to move here, I guess my only concern is to provide letters of support for our upcoming grants, just because we don't yet have a contract. I feel, I'm a little concerned about that. Again, I think there's a lot that we still have to do in terms of research. And so on the other 2 points, I'm comfortable with them, but I'm looking at this as an opportunity. I don't see a ton of risk, but I do want more details before I have my name on something that says I'm behind this. I think there's still some, more information that needs to come our way. I've read all the materials, but that's just currently where I sit. I know we've had some history, and I know that we had a speaker say that, there's a certain amount of risk that comes with leading, and I get that amount of risk. And so at this point, I think that's where I'm comfortable, but I just wanted to put that on the table.
Okay, thank you. And so let's kind of parse the issues here a little bit. I haven't heard any objections to moving forward, understanding that we're not obligating the authority to anything at this point, but I'm not seeing any objections to moving forward. As far as the letters of support go, is there a timeliness aspect for those letters of support, in which I think there may be, because you kind of indicated at that. Is there a timeliness aspect of this, or can we bring draft letters to the board to review in the future? That being said, I understand, Director Lopez, your comments and your trepidations regarding that. My perspective would be, if providing those letters of support don't, obligate the authority to anything or put us in a precarious position one way or another, I don't have any concerns if it'll help the cause here. But that being said, let's talk about the timeliness component.
Well, when we first presented this to the advisory committee, we were aware of the grant opportunity, but as recently as yesterday, I was in contact with the Energy Commission, and it's sounding like they're taking longer to get it out the door. There was a kind of a use it or lose it situation that the state had, and they've worked through that. And so they're saying the RFP might, and I put might in there, come out in December. Even if it did, there's generally a 45 to 60 day period before it's due. So I don't think there's any problem if you want to see the letters before, at least at the executive committee meeting, and probably at the board meeting. So I don't think there's going to be any problem with that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that, please. Director Phillips, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Chair Lopez that I'd like to have a little more before we sign a letter to it. But philosophically, I don't have an objection to it. But we've been through this before, so.
Okay. All right. I think that probably pretty well summarizes the direction from the board. This is on the agenda, not for us to take official action on, but just to provide direction. So 2 things I'm going to ask Patrick if you need any other direction, and then based on the comments that myself, Director Phillips, Director Lopez just made, if any board members have any alternate direction they'd like to suggest, we'll do that next. So Patrick, do we need direction in any other areas?
No, I think that's it. We need to just gather some additional information to make ourselves and the board comfortable before we move forward. And I think the things outlined on the slide in front of you pretty well speak to it. And I think the timing, as Michael said, I don't think there's any reason we can't hold off on that if there is a need for a letter of support and let the board or executive committee see those in advance of us committing our support.
Okay, Good. So that being said, if there's any director that wants to suggest alternate directions, speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. I think we're good to go. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for all the public that spoke on this item. Thank you to staff, and looking forward to taking these next steps. So,
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you
let's
very
go
much.
ahead and move on to item number 13, appointment of a nominating committee for the 2020 election of officers. And I'll turn it over to Patrick, please.
Right, I'm just going to do a quick introduction, and I may, if General Counsel Santos is still on the line, have him follow up with a few questions. So normally this is a fairly simple, straightforward, same thing every year process. This year, though, we are in a very sort of different situation that the authority hasn't had. So there are really a lot of different options for the board to consider in terms of, not the board itself, but the nominating committee, and then ultimately the board, in terms of how the nominations and the sequence of rotation might change for this next nomination. So as you know, Vice President De La Rosa is stepping down, not running for re-election, and normally she would move into the president's role. Supervisor Lopez would move to the vice president's role, and then one of the 4 South County cities would nominate one of their board members to fill the alternate VP. That would be the normal sequence of events. But with Director Cullen or President Cullen stepping off as president, South County sort of moves to the back of the line, but there's no Salinas rep, right, to move up. And so that creates sort of an odd circumstance. There's nothing clearly defined in either the JPA or the authority code in terms of how do we deal with this unique situation. Does Supervisor Lopez move to president because he's the only what we'd call a qualified executive member that's been on the board, executive board to move to that position, but that's not cast in stone. And so I had General Counsel Santos take a look at this, and he basically laid out sort of 7 different things that could happen. It really would be up to, I think, initially the nominating committee to look at those scenarios and get feedback from all of the board members, and then come back with a recommendation. So if you have any questions, I would point you to the discussion analysis section of the staff report, and it outlines, I'm assuming all of you have read this, and it outlines sort of the 7 different ways that the change in rotation could happen going forward. So.
Yeah, and the way we've handled this for some of the newer board members is we've identified 2 board members to be on the nominating committee to put calls out and have individual discussions with the directors. So if there's kind of clarifying questions or questions related to what Patrick just said, that's fine. Otherwise, and I see a couple hands up, we'll do that. And then I will look for 2 volunteers to serve on that nominating committee. So let's go to Director Silva first, please.
Thank you, Rob. If memory serves me right, we had a similar situation, not exactly, but similar in when Fernando Armenta was on our board. I believe he served an extra year as president. Somebody served an extra year to kind of cover a huge change. And I think that was the year that I became vice president because I represented a South County city. I can't remember. It's got to be at least 8 to 10 years ago, Rob. Maybe you remember. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, I knew that after the election and hearing that Tony and Gloria were not going to run for re-election, that was going to pose a problem to seat the person from Salinas. And we don't know at this point who the representatives from Salinas are going to be. I'm hoping that Christy stays on. I like her input all the time. So, but just remember, we have kind of crossed this bridge sort of the same some years ago.
Yeah. All right, and then let's go to Director Tipton.
Being perfectly honest here, I was just trying to figure out what the difference was between item number 1 and item number 3, because they read identically, and I was just trying to figure out if there was actually any real difference there between the two options, option number 1 and option number 3.
Yeah, so basically what we did there is it's very similar. The difference is
no, they're actually identical in the copy that I'm reading. That's why I said that.
Let me check my original. I thought there should have been. I'm trying to look.
Hey, you're right.
Yeah, you are right.
He's got to put the lawyer spin on number 3. It's,
Yeah.
lawyers can interpret anything, so let him interpret.
Hey,
point,
that's
yeah.
because he got $50 for every bullet point he put there. So that was an
Oh,
extra
is that
$50.
what it is?
Let me look at my original draft. Maybe I goofed up and actually did it twice. I apologize.
Well, I do too for not catching it.
He was just loading the deck, guys.
Leave it to a teacher, huh?
Well, I think the point is there's a lot of options.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just, like I said, I was just reading through this the other day, and it's like, I don't see a difference here. Am I just missing something?
Well, there may be a lot of options, but the nice thing is now there's one less option.
Well, I want to add something. I think this may play into this one. And there is the issue of the board appointees that may start, like Salinas often does their appointments maybe as early as their last meeting in December. May or may not do that this year, may wait till the first meeting in January, and most of the city councils don't do theirs. Not all of them, but a lot of them don't do theirs till first meeting in January. So, as far as a Salinas member, you've got Director Cremines, who could move in, right? She's already a board member, because we don't know whether a past board member who's experienced with the agency is come on as the other rep, or whether it's going to be someone brand new that has no experience. And normally the board, wants someone to have a little experience before they move into the executive role. So right now, the only known Salinas member we have is Christy. And so depending on which rotation circumstance the committee lands on, she could move in right now. This could get resolved early, or the board can wait till January and we see what the new board looks like and who the appointees are going to be.
So I can shed a little bit of light if you'd like, Rob.
Yeah, yes, please.
So definitely I plan to stay part of this board, of course. I have fought to get back here. So of course I'm going to stay part of it. I anticipate that my anticipation is because Sun Street Center is still in Gloria's district, that it would make sense that the representative from that district still serve on the board. So that would be one that would be a brand new person. And because Kimberly Craig has served on the board before, I would anticipate that she might want to be a part of it as well. I have not spoken to her about it yet, but I plan to in the next week. So I certainly could let Patrick know how that conversation went. But I would say, given those perimeters of what my thoughts are, we may want to make the decision tonight to just go ahead and put me on the executive committee. And I completely agree that I would not be the person that should be stepping in as president. That certainly should be Chris, because he has served already on the executive committee. So I would be stepping in at the lowest point and working my way up to that position.
Okay,
so that's just my recommendation.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for 2 volunteers to serve on the nominating committee. I think we all know the issues and the moving pieces to this. So what I'm looking for is 2 volunteers to serve on the nominating committee. If they need guidance and or legal component, Patrick or Roy, or you can reach out to me as well. So let's, who would like to, the two people that would like to serve on the nominating committee, if you'd like to speak up now, please.
I'll
Well,
serve
and
on it.
Yeah,
If-
I don't care either, but that's completely up to you. I understand if you would prefer to leave me off as well.
Yeah, and I think so, just because, you're obviously a
Because of that,
possible
yeah.
candidate. So let's, a
Absolutely.
second ago, was that Director Tipton?
No, Phillips,
Or was-
I'll serve on
Okay.
it with one of my colleagues.
Okay.
I don't have any vested in it. I'm not on the executive committee, so I can serve on that if you want, or it's up or not.
Okay, so we have Director Phillips to serve on the nominating committee, and I would like one other board member to
This
serve on
is Liz. I'd be happy to work with Judge Phillips.
that. Perfect, thank you. So Director Silva and Director Phillips, and we'll look forward to your report at our next meeting. Okay, thank
President
you.
Cullen?
Yes, yes.
Just to add, to clarify the difference between 1 and 3. Number 1 allows the authority code allows for you to be appointed as a non-voting member of the EC to help with the transition, and that's what option 1 also includes. Whereas option 3 doesn't include adding you as a non-voting member.
So that wasn't clear. Because the other option I could see is actually option 3 could be a variety of option 4, where instead of saying nominate President Cullen as an alternate vice president, nominate a South County Cities rep as alternate vice president. Because that's not an option that's on there.
I would say good luck to the nominating committee.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for those questions and comments and clarifications, et cetera. And I will concur. Good luck to the nominating committee. We await your phone calls, your reports, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, now let's see. We're going to go on to number 14, update on the Sun Street Transfer Station relocation project, and I'm going to have Patrick give an update first, please.
Mine's going to be very quick because the bulk of this, we still have a few final items in closed session to discuss on this. But the short version is that we are having regular weekly meetings between Republic Services, Jim Pia's assistant or interim city manager, and Dave Jacobs, Public Works Director, myself, Caesar, and 2 to 3 Republic representatives, both their local folks as well as their corporate business development representatives. So they've been very productive. I can only say I've been very happy having Jim there. He has been a great collaborator for us, and we're making good progress, and hopefully we'll be having open session discussions come January, so that we can get the public involved and really start to bring this to fruition. So that's really the limit of my comments. We're just working very hard at this and continuing to do a lot of back and forth. So we think we're getting close.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't have any comments on this item other than to ask Director Cromeanies if she has any updates. Sorry, I was trying to talk slowly. Go ahead.
I do, but not that I can share, but it's good news. How's that?
Intriguing.
So, Jim and I are still working very closely and trying to work toward as quickly as we possibly can to bring this to a quick conclusion. So that's as much as I can say right now. But it's stuff that Jim is going to share with Patrick very quickly. It's
Okay.
just stuff he wants to share with Patrick.
Okay. I was going to ask you if we needed to schedule a meeting between, like Patrick, myself, and kind of how we've done that with the city. But so it sounds like he's going to be reporting back to Patrick shortly then.
Yeah. So it was a conversation that he wanted to have with Patrick. We had our meeting today, he and I, and so I told him I would let him do that. So.
Okay. Let me open it up to director questions or comments on this item. Anyone wish to add anything? And same for the public, if the public would like to.
This is Director Phillips. It's a good thing we got Christy working on this for us. So
I do have one other comment,
Sure.
Rob. I do want to let you guys know because you'll see it on the agenda. So as we're coming to the end of me being mayor, I thought it was important because we've got a couple of issues, this being the biggest, that I wanted to make sure, because there's such a large change in our city council, that we brought the new city council up to speed on those issues in a way that was framed the way we wanted it to be framed. So Jim and I spoke today about that. And so I think we're actually going to do it on the 8th. We might wait until the first meeting of January, but we actually discussed doing it on the swearing in day. But we're actually, how it's going to be put on the agenda, I'm not sure, but it's basically going to be updating them on this issue. So if you see you guys on there, all it is that we want to make sure we give them that, high level, here's what's going on, here's why it's going on. And because Jim and I wanted to be able to give them the information the way we want it presented to them and make sure that they were up to speed on what was going on.
Okay. Thank you for that that update. Any board or public wish to make a last comment or question? Okay, so seeing none, can we can we go ahead and put the future agenda up, please? And on the future agenda, what I wanted to comment about is, so typically we go dark in December. And what we're going to do is have an exec board meeting at our regularly scheduled, I think it's December 3rd. Yeah, regular scheduled December 3rd. And we will make a decision at that point in time whether or not we need to have a full board meeting in December. Luckily, with how the dates fall, if we did have a board meeting, it would be on December 17th. So at least it's not too close to Christmas there. So stay tuned and we'll announce out after our December 3rd exec board meeting whether or not we're going to have that December meeting. Patrick, anything you wanted to add?
Just that, yeah, we will talk a little bit about it. I'm hopeful we don't need one. And part of it's just timing with Republic Services, and it takes them longer to react to some of these things. And got an indication at our meeting this morning that they may want a little more time than to try to rush something through in a couple of weeks for our December 17th meeting. But we'll talk about a little of that in the details in closed session.
Okay. Any board comments or questions on the calendar? Okay, then, so before we go into closed session, I'm going to announce to the public that in closed session, we're going to be meeting on 2 items. One relates to real property negotiations, and the second is on the performance evaluation of General Manager Patrick Matthews. And before we go into closed session, I'd like to first see if there's any public that would like to make a comment on either of those closed session items. And so we do have one, Grant. So if we could let Grant speak. Okay, go ahead, Grant.
Good evening again. I'm in part doing this just to show I'm still here at 9 o'clock. And then the other part is to just say that as a representative from the Citizen Advisory Committee, it's always been a pleasure working with Patrick, and he's always been very responsive to us. So I haven't checked that part of your closed session agenda, but I want to offer those 2 cents. And then in terms of real property negotiation, if it relates to the previous item, the Sun Street issue, of course, the Oversight Committee remains very interested in those issues. So look forward to any readout of that decision that may happen or direction that's taken. and then also to be updated at our next meeting. And with that, I'm going to log off for the night and hope you guys have an excellent closed session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Grant. And for Grant and anyone else, we are going to be going into a separate Zoom meeting for closed session, but we will be coming back to this Zoom meeting. So if anyone wants to stay, you're welcome to. And then if any action is taken in closed session, we will announce that out. So we're going to go into closed session. Does any board member need that login information? It was sent out to us a couple hours ago. If you need it, unmute yourself and let someone know. Otherwise, I am going to leave this meeting and I'll see you all in the closed session.
Did I get cut off?
What happened?
I don't know.
What's up, man? I'm back from the dead.
You turned on your camera there for a second. I didn't know if you were spazzing out or what happened.
I will remind you guys, we are still live
We're
streaming.
still
and
live
this
streaming, guys.
video
Yes,
does stay on our YouTube channel.
I am well aware of that. Thank you.
Mhm.
I was going to remind Erica. I was going to remind Brian since he switched on his camera, and I didn't know if what was going on there. So.
I got bumped off. That was an accident.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were like, that's it. I'm leaving.
You kidding me?
I got booted out like 3 times.
It obviously didn't stick, Caesar.
Right? It came back though, naturally by itself.
Should have done the intermission, Erica.
You should have. You know, I've been at work since 5:45 this morning because today was safety meeting day.
You know, I've never been in the office this late.
I was going to ask you, Erica, if you're in the office.
Rosie and I are here.
Do you know my friends are out sleeping in the front?
Your
Yeah,
friends are
please.
not in the front, Caesar.
I am not going to
How
go
about
check.
next door?
I can't, the cameras don't reach that far, so I can't tell you.
You know, you'll see the ghost over by the copy room.
Dude, stop
Stop
it.
it.
Brian.
I've seen it.
I know,
Yep.
but you don't have
Yep.
to say it. They're in the office right now. Jeez.
Wow,
Jeez.
Brian. Wow.
Okay, Erica,
Dude, I
mute,
know.
mute Brian.
Yeah, can you put him in the participant or non-participant list? Is that possible?
I thought we were friends, Brian.
We're gonna demote Brian to attendee.
Yeah, that's good. Good, Rosie. Demote him.
Well, I guess the long meeting's just the price to pay for not having one in December.
Oh, I think that's what they're talking about. What day they're gonna have it.
Potentially not having one.
I think I'm on vacation that day. So I won't be there anyway.
I still have staff on the line. I still have staff. Look at those. Look at those stellar soldiers out there.
Yay.
Still hanging in. They're probably asleep. We just woke them up, but
Yeah.
I was falling asleep.
We've been here.
We're awake now.
All right. Well, now that you are all awake and we're back in open session, I'm here to say that we have no reportable action in closed session. So at this point in time, we stand adjourned at 10:06 p.m. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Have a wonderful
Good night.
Good
night.
night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.